I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Genius is common. Hello everybody, my name is Lil Asmar. I'm 13 years old. I'm a kid prodigy bass guitar player. I've been in 7 different magazines. I've been on Ellen DeGeneres, Steve Harvey, Little Big Shot Show twice, Harry Connick Jr. Show twice, Wonderama, played with so many celebrities, been on the road with Uncle Bootsy Collins, played with Nate Watts and Stevie Wonder's band, been on so many big TV shows, and this is what I can do. Genius is common.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. You know, good morning, a great day in the beautiful city. Hi, I'm Eric Kelly III. In some circles, I'm called Dr. Eric Kelly III. You know, some people talk about being a doctor. I say, let's all be people. Let's be people first and title second. This is the Black Business Expo Network, a network that is a global network. You may see people from all across the country, from Singapore, from Vegas, from New York City, Chicago, Illinois, and of course from North Carolina. Yes, that's where we're based, in North Carolina. And when you begin to think about the Black Business Network, it is a network that's creating an ecosystem for Black businesses to share their products and services worldwide, and for organizations to share their products and their services worldwide. And as we begin to think about worldwide, we have to think about our host this morning, the beautiful, the lovely, a young lady by the name of Kimberly Winborn. Kimberly Winborn, LLC, an outstanding author, an innovator, an inspirational speaker, and a motivator, a young lady who does great things not only in North Carolina, but around the world. This morning, we want to say to each and everyone, as you watch our speakers who are giving their times to our kids, and our kids are watching this morning, as we had an opportunity to talk to a couple of the school systems to get the kids to come on. So as the kids are watching, we are raising scholarships. The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarships for our kids. And the kids that we're raising scholarships for, we'll be talking about them as we move to the rest of the week. If you have not donated, think about it this morning. Our community don't have to be rump shakers, don't have to be rappers, don't have to be athletes. They can be scientists, lawyers, and doctors. They can be authors. They can be singers. They can be opera singers. They can be in the theater. But more importantly, we have to step up to help them help themselves. And with no further ado, I'd like to introduce to you the wonderful, the beautiful Miss Kimberly Winborn. Good morning, Kim.
Good morning. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. How are you doing this morning?
I'm awesome. Thank you.
You know,
Great to be here.
You know, yesterday we had the day 2, and day two was about advertising, marketing, public relations. On Monday we had business empowerment, and today we have social media. And Kim, what does social media mean to you?
Well, it means opportunity. So social media is an opportunity to connect, especially with people you may have never had the opportunity to meet. It's an opportunity to get your voice heard, to create your brand and attract the target market that you seek out. It's an opportunity to share your voice. So I think it's significant to figure out where you want to be.
Well, when you begin to talk about social media, a lot of times I say to people, this phone right here has killed the gatekeeper. So anybody that you want to talk to, you basically can find them on the internet. You can find them on Twitter. You can find them on LinkedIn. You can find them on Facebook. And oh my goodness, TikTok. You can find them just about everywhere. So what does that do for a business owner?
It gives them the reach that they wouldn't normally get. You get international reach. You get reach across borders that you wouldn't. You may not ever step on physically, but you get that reach. You get to connect with people who need your services, but just would never meet you. I think that's the biggest thing for me. It allows so much opportunity for reach. And so business owners need to be on social media. And people take you seriously, depending on the one that you're on, like LinkedIn, for instance. You get immediate clout and trust as a result. People get to kind of peer into your life, so they get to know you a little bit, and know, like, and trust is essential to the dollars.
Well, people do business with people they trust.
Absolutely.
People do business with people they like. And more important, people do business with people who have their product or their service. I think sometimes people forget, if you don't have what they want, why would they buy?
Right.
And when you look at the economy, and I talk about this a lot, when you look at the economy, look at Black businesses all over the world, we represent $200 billion. But there's one company that represents $300 billion, which means that he has $1 billion more than all the African-American businesses on the planet. And that's Amazon. That's Jeff Bezos.
Yes.
So we have to begin to think about, okay, what are we doing? How do we up our game? And then when you say just one, what about all the other companies and corporations out there who are doing business? We as a group need to look at shared economics, an ecosystem, and I could go on and on and on, but it's not my day. It's not my day.
I hear you getting fired up.
But I tell you, this gets me fired up. I have a passion for these kids. These kids are looking to us to show up and share with them something that nobody wants to share with them. We don't see ourselves in this light nowhere else. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network that is here for Black businesses to talk about what they want to talk about. I call it reality TV. You get what you see. There's nobody going to tap us on the shoulder and say, you did it right, you did it wrong. We are just doing it. And that is more important than any other thing. Kids out there, while y'all are watching, if y'all want to chime in and ask questions today. Ask these Black businesses, why do they always just talk about it and don't be about it? So today, this is about Be About It Day, and I'm so excited. And Kim, as I continue to say, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely. Well, I'm excited to be your moderator for today. Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. As Dr. Eric said, I am Kimberly Winborn, your business moderator for today on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network, as Dr. Eric Kelly already stated, is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders from across the world. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Japan, cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing their business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate business about business. Today's guest, who I absolutely adore, had to throw that on in, is Vicki Lee Parker. You guys want to get ready to take some notes and all of that stuff because she is a powerhouse of information. Let me share a little bit of information about her so you'll see what I'm talking about. Vicki Lee Parker currently serves as the executive director of the North Carolina Business Council. You want to write that down. The North Carolina Business Council, which is a statewide nonprofit business association with a mission to connect, empower, and influence business leaders to build a vibrant economy that protects our natural resources, sustains local communities, and benefits all of North Carolina. Such great work. So I am, like I said before, such a fan of hers. I want you to take the time to get your pen, get your paper out, because now, without further ado, I am going to introduce you to Vicki Lee Parker.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Check. Make sure you hear me okay.
Yes, I hear you just fine. It's such a pleasure to have you.
Absolutely. Always great to be on with you, Kim. Thank you so much. And I'd like to thank the entire Dr. Kelly and the entire team. I know all the work that you guys do to bring this to us, all the work that you do months in advance, and all the hours that go into it. So I definitely want to shout out to the team for pulling this all together and getting this great information out to all of our businesses in North Carolina, the country. This is a great work. And so I'm glad and privileged to be a part of it.
Absolutely. So I'm going to go ahead and get out of here so you can get rolling.
All right.
Guys, remember, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Okay. So again, welcome everyone to day 3 of the Black Business Expo. And today I'll be talking about social media marketing and social media and digital marketing. And I'm going to be coming to you from the perspective of being a sustainable business, because that is who we are and who North Carolina Business Council is. So let me jump on in. Let me make sure. There we go. So as Kimberly mentioned, I am the executive director of the North Carolina Business Council. We're based here in Raleigh, North Carolina, and she already has introduced our mission. And so I'm going to just talk a little bit about how we implement our mission, which is to connect and empower and influence business leaders to build, I just say, to build an economy that works for everyone, that everyone can participate. And so we do that primarily through 3 ways. First, we like to influence, and by that, we do a lot of advocacy work. We track legislation and bills that impact businesses, particularly our smaller businesses. We want to connect you, business owners, to your state, local, and national representatives. We also like to to put together policies and advocate for policies that benefit our smaller and mid-sized businesses, to make sure that your voice and your needs are represented, just like all the big companies are represented. We want to empower you, meaning that we do trainings and we try to do webinars and connect you to other great opportunities so that you can learn and grow your business in a sustainable way. And then third, we like to connect you all. We like to connect you to different forums that we host, or events such as the Black Business Expo that we know about, that we know you care about, to make sure you are aware of those opportunities, because we realize as business owners, you can't keep track of everything. So we try to bring all of that to you in one location so that you can have kind of a one-stop place to go to, have your voice heard, get empowered, and then also connect with other groups and other events that you care about. So our agenda for the time that I'm with you this morning, I'm going to start with a brief mindset. And I always like to open my presentations with that to make sure we just get our minds ready to absorb new ideas and new concepts. So I'm going to kind of go through a quick exercise with that. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about the problem and the opportunity. And then we will talk a little bit about what a sustainable business is, and then make the business case for sustainability. And then we're going to lead that into the digital and marketing, social media marketing for a sustainable business. And then we'll open it up for your questions. So I ask you, just as Kimberly mentioned earlier, get your pens and paper out, and if you have questions, jot them down, and I'll be happy to address them at the end. So, mindset. So, we want to make sure that we have what I call a growth mindset. And I would imagine if any of you are on this call, all of you who are on the call in this program this morning, probably definitely have a growth mindset. But I like to take the opportunity to just make sure and we check in to make sure that we are thinking in a strategic way, that we are looking at ways to absorb and attract new ideas and be open to those new ideas. So I like to kind of go through a little checklist just to make sure we're on the right page. So let's look at growth mindset versus a fixed mindset. So in terms of effort, so a growth mindset, which is where we all want to be this morning, we believe in a consistent effort to achieve goals. A fixed mindset is someone, if you believe that, if you work for something, if you have to work for something, then something's wrong with you. But that we all know that that's not the case, that, we are not experts in everything, and some things come easier for others than it do for other people. So the idea that you might have to work hard on something is not an indication that you're not good at it. It's just being consistent and putting forth the effort to achieve those goals. Challenge. A fixed mindset, is driven by fear of failing, and avoids challenges. And we, as a growth mindset, we want to be willing to take on those challenges and make sure that we're not shying away from them or finding ways to distract ourselves because really we're afraid to take that next step. We want to be willing to take those challenges and willing to fall. Setbacks, again, a fixed mindset, we know them. Unfortunately, we've seen people who give up after the first or maybe the second try. They have a good idea. They have, they put a lot into it in the very beginning, and then they step out there and it doesn't go exactly like they had planned or thought it was going to go. And instead of stepping back and evaluating and figuring out a better way, they give up. And ourselves, we may have tried some different things, and we tried it once or twice and we gave up. So again, we want to make sure that we're always in that growth mindset. If you think you have a good idea, then try to be persistent and persist through the setbacks. Feedback. This is one I always have to kind of pull my own coattail on. We always have to be open and willing and seek out feedback. Again, a fixed mindset is somebody who avoids it or ignores feedback. And even the best of us, again, fall into this category sometimes. And so we want to always be conscious that, are we really taking the feedback? Are we, taking things seriously when we hear criticism, or are we being defensive? So we want to welcome it. We want to seek out people we trust, people who don't always agree with us, people who may have a different point of view, and get their feedback and listen to it and be open and willing to hear and do something different. That is how we grow. That is a growth mindset. So again, I say that's something for myself. I have to always remind myself to seek out that and listen to the criticism, listen to the comments, and listen to people when, they have a issue, and try to learn from that. And then success of others. And again, we all, at any point, we might fall into this. We feel threatened. If we're looking in somebody else's lane and we see that they may be going a little faster than we are, or they're getting the contract that, we think we should have gotten, or they're getting the business and they're seeing the growth. So we have to watch out for not feeling threatened by other people's success or momentum, or envying, or start comparing ourselves. And again, even the best of us can slip into that, every now and again. So we want to make sure our mind is not feeling threatened and looking at what they're doing, but instead we want to go into, again, the growth mindset. We want to draw inspiration from what we are seeing others do, and find those who are going where you want to go, and get in their wingspan and learn from them, and not feel threatened and not feel that you're in a competition. I always tell myself and others, there is plenty to go around. There is plenty to go around. There are lots of businesses in North Carolina. There's lots of customers. There's lots of people. There's plenty of opportunity. It's just you staying focused on what you do, and the people will be drawn to you. So now we got our mind set and ready to learn and ready to accept some new ideas and concepts. Let's start talking a little bit about what I call the problem and the opportunity. So here's the problem. A lot of people are distrustful of businesses that they're not truly concerned about the customer. They think, and rightfully so in some cases, that businesses are just out for one thing, and that is just to get their money, extract their money out of their pocket. And so, that is something that as a smart businesses, we got to be aware that that's still in the back of people's mind. And especially when we're out here and we're looking for different products or different services, it's in the back of my mind as a consumer. I don't want to be taking, just, my money. I want to make sure I am getting the best service, the best product for my money. And I'm coming into it with a mindset that, that may not always be the case of the business I'm approaching. So that's a problem when they feel that the businesses, they can't really trust them truly. Another problem is the growing concern that the environment is being exploited. You don't hear consumers come in and talk about it every day, but I look at lots and lots of surveys, and a lot of those surveys always show that consumers really do care about how companies are treating the environment and the impact that businesses are having on the environment, and what they're doing to reverse that, or to at least not add to the damage of our environment. So again, they may not be announcing it from the rooftops, but again, all the surveys point that it ranks very high in terms of consumer interest and concern. And then, third, again, a lot of people and consumers are worrying that the American dream is harder to attain. So with that in mind, again, they're thinking and trying to find the best use of their funds. They're trying to make sure that they are getting products that help them achieve those dreams and not take away from those dreams. So that's, again, something that's always on the minds of the consumer is, they have personal goals, and they want to, look to our businesses to help them achieve those goals. Again, whether they come in and say that or not, you have to understand that this is something in the back of their mind. So, solution. And this is why I really love being the leader of the North Carolina Business Council, because the businesses who join our organization are businesses that embrace this concept of the triple bottom line, which I'm going to talk to you about for a few minutes. The triple bottom line is something I heard about just probably a split second when I was in grad school, my business grad school. It was one of those, we might have spent a day, half a class talking about the idea of the triple bottom line. And most of my studies was focused on the bottom line, which is return on investment, making money, the profit. But the triple bottom line, that businesses who embrace this are businesses who look and measure three aspects. They measure their impact on people, which can be their customers, stakeholders, supply chain, any person that they interact with. They're measuring that impact. They're also measuring their impact on the planet, the environment, the waste, all the things that relate to how they impact on our everyday, our natural resources. And then third, of course, they are monitoring the profit. So these are businesses that look at all three, and they build business models that incorporate all three. And if you haven't figured it out yet, you see that, by doing this, it relates back to those three major problems that we identified through surveys that consumers bring to the table. This helps to answer and provides a solution, because when they see a business who has really incorporated these three aspects into their business model. And if you do that and you do that well, it'll be obvious. And then that again builds that trust. And I think Miss Kimberly mentioned earlier, they want to know you, they want to like you, and they want to trust you. And all of these things, when you incorporate it, when you're focusing on people, when they get to know you, when you make a concerted effort to make certain that you care about, your vendors, you care about their well-being, you care about the community that your business is based in, you're engaged in the community, you're giving back to the community in one form or another. They can see that, they get to know you. And then when, you pick and you select projects that they care about, if you support a local baseball team or a local soccer team, then they get to like you, because now you are doing something that they like. You're supporting something that they enjoy, and it gets to that American dream. You're supporting something that their kids are involved in. You're supporting something that is a good family pastime for them. So now they're starting to like you. So now they know you, they like you. And now if you're consistent with that, if you're supporting that soccer team throughout the year, or supporting that, little league team throughout the year, now they can trust you to show up. So now you're dealing with the people part. And then when they see that your services are, that you package them in or recyclable material, or you are using local vendors, or you're using organic ingredients. Now, again, that's building on that trust. Now they know you, they like you, and now they trust that your values match their values. And when you're able to do that, and you do that well, then that leads you into your profit. And I like to tell people that when you do those first two well, the profit almost takes care of itself, because through the savings and interaction that you'll have, and the business growth that you'll get from doing those other two areas well, then you will see the profit sustain itself over the long haul. And that, leads to what we call a sustainable business. So what is a sustainable business? And again, people hear that, and the first thought that comes to a lot of people's mind is the environment. But I want to stress that that's only a part of it, as I just talked about. Sustainable business are there. Basically, you're making choices today that keep you in business 5-10 years from now. To me, that is really the shortest and quickest definition of being sustainable. So every decision you make today, you have to kind of push that against a mirror to say, is this going to lead to me being here 5 years from now, 10 years from now? And so treating this customer in front of me well, making sure that their needs are met well, is that going to lead to my 5-year sustainability? Is that going to lead to them coming back, them telling their friends to come back? That sort of thing. So that's really what sustainability is about. Will it allow me to be here and stay part of the community? So we hear all sorts of different titles. So you hear, a socially responsible corporation, you hear mission-driven businesses, and these are companies that are created to really solve a problem or social problem, but they've created a business around it. You have the purpose-driven company, again, similar. I mean, they're all around really one of the same, but kind of maybe a different slant one way or the other. But, then you have B corporations, which are benefit corporations. These are businesses that have taken the step to be certified as a benefit corporation. And usually they have gone through a rigorous training process and have hit certain milestones to earn that certification. And again, then there's a way you can incorporate as a benefit corporation. And I think 35 states allow you to actually incorporate as a benefit corporation. North Carolina isn't one as of yet, but we're hoping that will change. So again, there are different names in different ways to refer to it. But it's all about sustainability, and it all goes back to that triple bottom line. So real quickly, let's try to walk through, the business case for sustainability, because if you are of the mindset right now that, I created a business to make money, and I'm with you. I mean, yes, that's what we're here to do. We are here to make money and be part of the economy. But I want to make that case that you want to also add those other two elements to your business: the people and the planet. And again, is looking at these four areas why you should do that. So employees. So let's start with employees. I'm not going to try to throw out too many numbers at you, but I wanted to pull out some that really jumped out and some of the surveys I've seen recently. But it says over 70% of people surveyed are more likely to work for a company that has a strong green footprint. And that's pretty high. Again, they're not going to walk in your door and say, I really care about the environment. And you can't assume who does and who doesn't, but you can assume that pretty much about 70% of the people walking through the doors or who engage with you online care about the environment. Nearly half of the respondents, they said that they're willing to accept a smaller salary to work for a company that's socially responsible. I've seen this in, evident in so many cases where people will take a lesser salary to be part of a team or company that put these values, that rank these values high. It says over 10% of workers would accept a salary decrease between $5,000 and $10,000, again, to work for a company that cares about sustainable business values. Again, this is important to people. This is important. So it should be important to you as a business that employees care so much about this. And then we said finally, over 3% would be inclined to accept a decrease. Okay, over 10,000. So again, very important that they're willing to even, accept a lesser salary to be a part of that team. So this could be a selling point for you, particularly when you're trying to compete against some of the bigger companies. Supply chain and vendors. If you're the business and you want to work with the bigger companies and you want to be a supplier to them, well, it's important for you to know that 93% of CEOs believe that sustainability is important to their company's future success. So, that is a strong indication that when they're looking down and they're making decisions on who to work with, which vendors to select, that this is going to be a priority for them. And again, this is all going to fold into the marketing, and I'm going to get to that. But again, how you are presenting yourself and marketing yourself will lend to you being able to interact more with these larger companies, if that is your business model or business desire, to know that CEOs in these larger companies, sustainability is very important to them. Let me see here. The supply chain. Oh, this was just another figure that jumped out at me when I think they did this study 13 or 14 years ago, that it was just, they only were looking at 14 companies that took part of this supply chain to look at sustainability efforts. And in 2018, that jumped from 14 to some 13 years ago to in 2018, there were 115 of the world's largest organization that, requested some type of environmental information from their suppliers. So, not even 2 decades ago, most businesses weren't really looking at that or asking for it. But now, many of the world's largest organizations, and I would venture that since 2018, that number is probably even doubled, because it has been growing at a very rapid pace. So you have more and more large companies now checking and looking at that information or requesting it. So that's another reason why you should really consider this. And then, again, it's profitable, we've seen it with the big companies. We've seen Walmart, save, it says here nearly $11 million by just kind of, reducing their fleet or doing things to improve efficiency. And that's all, sustainability is as well. And you can do the same thing no matter what size company you have. There's always room to be more efficient. There's always opportunity to generate savings, no matter how small, even as simple as changing and making sure you have, LED light bulbs, or making certain that, you're using both sides of your paper, and making sure you're having ink, that, that you're using everything. There are always ways to be sustainable and to look for savings. And it's just our job to continually look for those opportunities, because a lot of sustainability profit comes from our savings, because we can only price but so low. So we have to look for our savings in other areas, and sustainability allows us to do that. And again, it's been proven to be profitable. And then finally, again, we want to come back to our consumers. There's a study again that showed that that research showed that consumers who actually purchased consumer packaged goods, or what they call CPGs, they found that 50% of the consumer packaged goods growth, they had 50% of growth from 2013 to 2018. It came from sustainable marketed products. And I know I was very clumsy in putting that out, but basically, what we have seen during this study was a huge increase in the goods that are marketed as sustainable products. So people are looking for that in the messaging. They're looking for that in, when they're checking the ingredients. They are looking, for that in your advertisement, because that's where they get their cues from. So that is important to note, that this is something that consumers are seeking out. They're looking for it. I am looking for it. I'm looking for natural. I'm looking for organic, and I'm looking for recycled material, and those types of things when I'm reading and learning about a business. So let's talk a little bit about the marketing process and marketing to sustainable consumers. So I'm going to start first with what we don't want to do, because this is so important, and I think it has to be said. I don't like to start on a negative, but this is really important. And the big thing is to avoid greenwashing. And again, that is what and consumers have gotten savvy to this over time, and these are companies who are basically using vague statements, using popular buzzwords like organic or natural, or they're just putting them on their packaging just to attract consumers. And consumers are really waking up to this, and they're they have a long memory when it comes to this. So you want to avoid it. You don't want to put it or say something if it's not something you're actually doing. So greenwashing is when a company suggests that they are more eco-friendly than they actually are. And you do not want hashtag greenwashing trending by your business name. You do not want that, because people who really care about this take this very, very seriously. And again, I'm a consumer and I take it very seriously. So if I get a hint that you've said something was organic or natural, and then I find out that it really is not, or you'll say natural and then you have all these chemicals listed in the ingredients, that is a no-no. So you're better off to just not do it until your package or your product can match the sustainable, that it is actually sustainable. So again, you want to avoid it because it can be a brand destroyer. So I just want to caution you to not do that, to only include statements or facts that you can back up that your products are actually authentic. So I'm going to make some assumptions here for for people here on the call, and I'm going to assume that you know that you have your digital platform in place. So I'm not going to get into that type of nitty gritty. I'm going to assume that you know you have your LinkedIn, you have your Facebook, you have your Instagrams, you have all your other different mediums, and you've kind of figured out hopefully where your target market is, or how to reach them on some level. But what I am going to try to get you to rethink and redo is to kind of maybe go back and look at it in terms of building a sustainable brand. Particularly, you know, again, hoping if you haven't, you know, thought about this and thought about how to reach these consumers. And again, remember 70% of people who care about, you know, how you impact the environment and, you know, and looking at brands. How do you reach them? How do you connect with them? How do you get them, again, to go back to Miss Kimley's words, how do you get them to know, like, and trust you? Because these are special, what I call very special and thoughtful consumers. These are people who are thinking, who are looking, who are reading, who are researching products before they make a decision. And I don't care how small the product is. You know, I'm looking at, you know, looking at a lot of factors before I shop. So there are five, what I say is five critical steps to building a sustainable brand. And I didn't create these on my own. Again, it's everything I do is from research. And I think this came from a really smart Forbes magazine article that I found that a couple of really smart journalists worked on. But the five steps is first, you know, we want to understand, then we plan, then we create, we implement, and then we measure. And this, you know, I'm probably, you know, these are things you may have heard before, but again, you know, good ideas bear repeating over and over again because we have so much information coming at us all the time. We have to be reminded of what works and what are the basics. So let's walk through them a little bit. So first, we wanna understand. You know, I'm an entrepreneur as well as, you know, a director. So I understand our natural instinct is to try to go with our gut. And that's a good thing. And because, you know, when you really have an entrepreneurial mind and a spirit, your gut is usually pretty good. It's a really good guide. So I'm not saying to not go with your gut, but what I am urging us all to do is to not only rely on our gut. You know, science and research matters. It's important. You know, so we want to take the time to do the research. We want to analyze our target market. We really want to understand them. So whatever your business is, whatever product you're selling, you have to really know who's going to buy buy this business. I mean, buy your services, who they are. You know, as you said, know their cultural nuances, know what's important to them, know where they hang out, get as much information as you can. We see big companies spend a lot of time on research and marketing, and it's for good reason because it really does work. The better you know and understand your market, you know, the better and more successful you will be. I understand, again, as a small business, you feel like, oh, this is hard. It takes a lot of money to do it. In all honesty, it really doesn't. You can really do some smart research by really picking up, you know, the phone and calling, you know, identifying 5 and maybe 10 businesses that you really want to reach or people you've already been selling to and talk to them. You know, that's a really good place to start. You can talk to them. And then, of course, there is marketing and there is a lot of research that's already out there. There are a lot of resources where you can call and get additional marketing data. You can just take some time and do some marketing, do some research. It's worth it. You know, it is absolutely worth it. It will help you then to go and then develop the next step, which is you know, planning and then creating. So it's really important. So then you want to, once you've done your research and you kind of exhausted that, then you want to kind of summarize it. You want to make a list then of like those top 10 or so brand attributes that's important to them. So you get to know them, understand them, and then you identify what are those top 10 commonalities, or top 5 if you want to just stop there. And then you want to dig a little deeper and learn what they really think about your brand. So you want to learn what's important to them, and then you want to compare that to how they will see you, or how they think of your brand, and how well are you measuring up to those attributes. And you want to just try to get them aligned. That's how you want to build a successful connection. And again, I put down here, ask them, and I say that for myself and I say that for you. Sometimes it's the hardest thing. We want to just, deliver, deliver, deliver. We want them to buy our services or buy our product, but we really do have to get in a mode of asking them, how is this working for you? What more can we do? Why are you buying it now? And what more would you like to see? We just want to get in the mode of asking questions and be open to the answer. And they might say, I'm only buying it because you're the only game in town, but I really wish it looked like this, or did this and did that. That's very, very valuable information. So, just ask them, and keep track of how they respond and what they say. Plan. So again, we like to just kind of wing it. And when you're running a business, a lot of times you don't have time to sit down and do it. But again, it's important that we do. We have to plan. We have to, after once we research our market, we have to figure out and plan and strategize. How will we reach that market? Now that we know the people we're targeting, we know what they like, we know their attributes. Where are they? Are they on Facebook? Are they on Instagram? Are they, are they, at the PTA meeting? Where are they really? And then how can you, reach them? And so you want to come up with a really good, clear plan. And then you also, part of that plan is to figure out, what do you want them to know about who you are? So we know what they want. How do we want to communicate that we are the answer to their problem, or we're the solution to what their need is? And then we want to be very clear on what makes us different from our competitors. So again, if they care about family values, then show how your brand, honors that, or recognizes that, that you've also given thought to family values. And that can be any type of business, whether you're an accountant, whether you are, selling food, whatever. You can always say, even as an accountant, I'll meet you, at the hours, that are best for you, so that you have time to be with your family, and that we're not taking away from the people that you love, or, we're flexible, anything that can really resonate and show them that we care about what you care about, and your values are values that we share. Create. I always say this is where the rubber meets the road, because now you got all that information. You know their brand attributes. Now who you want to market to, where you want to market, what you want to say to them, how you're going to communicate and connect with them. And now you want to build on that and make that emotional connection. And so now we get to the creative part. So what is your ad, really going to look like? What is your posts going to look like? What images are you going to be conveying? Because now that you know that if they care, again, if family values is a high priority for your target market, then your images should reflect that. If being strong and work savvy or whatever is their top priority, or looking really sharp at work or whatever, and you're selling clothes, well, then your ads got to reflect that. So now you get to create a reflection of what you have learned about your target market. So whatever you put out there, they should be able to see it very quickly. And so it's not just content. It's, again, finding creative ways to meet your customers in their everyday life. And this is so critical. So I always tell people, if you're selling, healthy juices, then you want to, sponsor a booth at a 10K race. You want to try to come up with creative ways to meet your customers where they are and where where they're going to be. Again, I like, I say PTA events. We don't think about that. If you're in school, even if your kids are out of school, a lot of people gather at PTA events. And, clearly if you're coming out and they're doing a big event, these are parents who care. If that's your target market, then sponsor an event. Make sure you stay engaged with the PTA. I mean, there are a lot of people who are still active in that. So it's just looking for different ways. That's just one example, but think outside the box. Think of places or events you can sponsor, events that you can be a part of and engage and get your logo there, doing things that people care about. And then finally, implement. We're all guilty of this. I've seen companies, and I've been part of it, and I've been guilty, spend a lot of money and a lot of time pulling together strategies, putting together very well thought out plans, going through all these exercises, only to let them sit on the shelf. And, again, I'm pointing fingers right back at myself, just as I'm pointing them out there, because I know we've all been guilty that we'll get through all of that work, and then we get to the implementing point, and then something comes up, and then something else comes up, and then something else comes up. And before you know it, we haven't even put that plan into place. Or maybe we did one or two things on the plan, but there were actually 10 or 12 things that we had laid out, but we only get to a couple. So, again, this is simple stuff, but it's so important. Implement your plan. You have a good, solid plan. Put it into action. Try it. And again, that's the only way you're going to be able to measure it. And which takes me to my next step. And before I go, it says continue, repeat, continue, repeat, continue, repeat. And I just had to put that out there because, again, you don't just do it one time and it doesn't work, or you don't see the results, and then you just move on to something else. Give it some time. Put it out there. Do it a couple of times. Do it several times. It takes a while to really see the results of some of these things that we put into action. We're so used to getting instant gratification, and life just doesn't come out that way. It does when you're looking for the email, but when you're really out here trying to deal with consumers and really trying to push a product through a cycle, it still takes time to know the result and to get good measures. Which brings to the final part, the final point, which is to measure your success. And this is vital. And hopefully, as you're planning, you are putting in ways to measure each of your actions and each of your plan of action steps, because it's only in the measuring where you can make the changes and find and identify what's not working and what is working. Because at the end of the day, we still don't know. We don't know it until we know it. We plan well, and then we throw it out there, we implement it, and then we have to measure it to know which part was most effective. And usually, in my case, it always surprises me what really catches on and what doesn't. So, but you can't understand that or identify it if you don't have a way to measure every step of your plan and evaluate it. So the measuring is measuring your success, that, like I say, gives you the right data to make the necessary changes. It allows you to be flexible, which is what we all have to be. We talk about being flexible, changing, with the times. And sometimes that does feel like it happens every day. You got to change, but you can only change and fix what you really can measure at the end of the day. Because, otherwise you're kind of drifting in the wind. You're like, okay, well, that didn't work. Maybe I'll try this. That didn't work. And you have no real sense of being able to determine what did work, what didn't work, and then evaluate why it didn't work. So, the planning is important. I know a lot of people want to skip it. I get it. You want to just get to work. But trust me, if you take a moment back and really lay out a plan, that'll allow you to be as flexible as you really want to be in the end. So with that was the conclusion, I guess, of the presentation. So I want to just briefly do a couple of shout outs. One is that the North Carolina Business Council, we are launching what we call our Green to Black training program. And this is an intensive sustainable business program for women and minority owned businesses. And usually the training that we are providing, businesses pay thousands of dollars to get it. We want to incorporate 10 businesses, 10 Black-owned businesses that fit a specific criteria to take them through this sustainable training program, this sustainable assessment plan, to work with you to kind of build some of the things we just talked about, and then to monitor you over a 1-year period to see how the implementation process. So if this is something you're interested in, again, we're only going to be able to work with 10 for this pilot program. We got funding to do it. It will be of no cost to you other than to be a member, but and that's a nominal fee. But we will take you through the entire training program so that you can learn more about building a sustainable business plan, implementing it, and then helping you measure and adjust and achieve your sustainable business goals. So if that's something you're interested in, you can call me. You can just shoot me an email at vlparker@ncbusinesscouncil.org or give me a call at 919-395-3329. I actually answer the phone and we can talk. Would love to hear from you if that is something you're interested in. And in my last minute, I will just again go back to the Black Business Expo and the fundraising efforts on their behalf to support our young people, our kids, to make sure they have the laptops that they need to go and be successful in school, raising scholarship funds for them so that we can make sure our kids get educated. It is so important. I was a recipient of scholarships when I was younger by organizations like the Black Business Expo. And it meant everything to me to be recognized by these other organizations, and it made me respect them. And it made me now grow up and be part of an organization like that. So this is how we create that sustainability in our community. We give to them, and when they grow up, they won't forget it. They'll give back. So make sure that you give so that we can continue to support our young people. I think you can go to their website and give. They've created a Cash App to give. They're making it, easy as possible for you to contribute. I know this team, the money is going exactly where they say it is. And that's my time. I hear it buzzing. So I'm going to open it up for Q&A.
All right. Awesome presentation as always. Vicki Lee Parker, make sure you all write that down. Vicki Lee Parker, hi. We have some audience comments. I want to read those for just a second. Vicki, great presentation. Someone asked, a couple people said wonderful presentation. And then someone said, provide one golden nugget a person can use today that will help them move close to their purpose or goal.
Ooh, one golden nugget today. I'm feeling the first thought that came to my mind is again to just trust yourself. Don't let the doubt come in, because when we feel something and we know something, go move on that. Really move on that. Really act on that, and trust what your insides are telling you and your instincts are telling you. That's so important, because we'll shut them down in a minute by saying, oh, that's not right, or that we can't do that. Go with it.
Great information. I think about mindset. Your response makes me go back to your presentation where you were talking about growth mindset. But then also the tools, the power tools to help sustain us from the perspective of mental health, emotional stability, and all of those things that we need also as entrepreneurs. As a part of the programming that you all have, I wonder how much of it is that sort of personal deep dive, personal development at all?
Well, I mean, as much as we can make it, it really is, because true success is really making meaningful connections. And I know when you're trying to build a business, it is a challenge, but you want to try to make them, as much as often as you can, you want to try to make this a personal connection. And there are ways to do it. And that's what the training will hopefully help people understand. How do you have that that real connection to thousands of people, because you
Yeah.
want thousands of customers, not just that one. But
Yeah.
I think there are ways that we can do it and then make it feel genuine. And I think part of it is to be genuine. I mean, we see these brands that we love, like Nike. We feel like Nike, who is our brother somehow, and there's Nike is a swoosh, but we feel so connected to it,
Yeah.
emotionally tied to it. And it's almost an honor to have that swoosh on our shoulder, or
Yeah.
on our shoes. And so there are definitely ways that you can imprint on businesses on that same level, where they feel emotional connection, where they feel almost honored and privileged to say, oh, I'm working with Kimberly,
Yeah.
she is this, she is that, and I'm part of what she is putting out there. So there is definitely ways to do it. And I think being genuine and being passionate about who you are will help make that real.
Yeah, community is essential. Community is essential. A lot of times as entrepreneurs, we feel like we're in a silo all by ourselves. And so that term, find your tribe, that's what that makes me think about with the whole Nike swoosh and the just do it, that community and tribal feel. Like I have on my Nike, do you have on your Nike? Well, that's a connection that maybe nothing else connects us, but that one thing connects us. And I absolutely, totally agree with you about authenticity. And I want to ask you a question, because in your presentation, talking about sustainability, you did talk about organic reach versus, just fabricating something.
Oh, yeah.
So I want to talk about integrity for just a second. How big or how important do you think that is? Just want to expand on that just a little bit when it comes to that organic reach, the social media, not just faking it till you make it, because we do hear that a lot.
Mhm.
What are your thoughts around that?
Oh, with this generation, like with my daughter and that young, they have this whole council culture thing. The minute you come out and you are, and there's evidence that you're not who you say you are, they are, I think, even very strong. They're quick.
Yeah.
And it flows like wildfire throughout the community. So they are watching. They are watching your moves. They are, and if it's discovered, I wouldn't say they're out on a witch hunt. No, but if
Right.
it discover that you are not who you say you are, or that you're lacking in integrity in a really important way, or something that they care about, there is real backlash. There's real consequence to it now.
Yeah.
You do not, like I say, you do not want greenwashing hashtagging behind your company. You don't want the group, the folks who live on TikToks and social media, to start putting you out there as not being who you pretend to be or say you are. It
Right.
is real, and the consequences are swift. And I mean, I can't rattle off all the examples, but we've seen even big stars take hits on their brand, on their sales, because of things they say that are not in line with what they say they're about.
Right.
They're watching you. They're watching you. So it's important. Integrity, despite the culture we live in, integrity matters.
It absolutely does. I think those are some great examples. And I think back to what you were talking about in your presentation, as a business owner, especially a small business owner, startup business owner, that's going to be essential, because you can't take as many losses as some of the celebrities. A couple more questions or thoughts that have come in. We want to make sure to ask, is the intensive training program for women face-to-face or virtual hybrid?
We're going to do, at this point, I feel we're going to be able to do a hybrid. When I proposed it, it was all virtual at that time, but I'm really hoping definitely that it'll be a hybrid. So it'll be online, and we'll definitely will incorporate some face-to-face as well.
Awesome. Yeah. So could you share with us just one more time how to get in contact with you, website, email, all of that, social media?
So absolutely. So my email, again, if you're interested, the quickest way is to just shoot me an email. It's vlparker@ncbusinesscouncil.org. You can also call me at 919-395-3329, or text me. And then, of course, you can go to our website, which is NorthCarolinaBusinessCouncil.org.
So awesome. Now, I have one last question. I wrote it down, so I got to get this answer.
Sure.
We're talking about social media here. Do you think that that's essential to include in the business plan? You were talking about the 5 steps to building a sustainable brand, or an executive summary instead of the business plan. Like, do you think social media is something that people should consider going ahead and including in their business plan as you're working with business owners?
Well, again, when you start with identifying who your target market is, and then from there, once you really have a good sense of who it is, then you have to find out where they are. Because what a lot of us do, and again, I always say us because I include myself, is like, oh, we got to get on Instagram, I got to get on Facebook, I got to get on this and that. But if then you're targeting, if your business is targeting kids, or there may be on one place, or if you're targeting parents, well, they may be on the Facebook. So you got to start with who are you trying to reach? Who are they? That's why that whole research and data is so important. Where are these people that your target market? And then you decide where you go. If they're not on Instagram, if you're targeting people and they're not there, then you don't want to put your energy there just because everybody's doing it. But if your market isn't there, then you don't want to put that emphasis on that particular item.
Right.
Ours is, mostly, email and consumer marketing through the e-messaging, because I'm targeting businesses. And so that's where my market is. A lot of them some of them are on Facebook. A lot of them are doing it, but in promoting their business, but a lot of them aren't certain other places. So learn where they are, then you decide to put them in. So just don't do it for doing its sake.
Yeah, I think that's great information, Vicki, because so many people try to be on so many platforms. And especially when you're starting a business and you can't hire people, you're stretched and stressed out. And then it's actually going to show up in your business. You're going to be tired. You're not going to be as effective in other areas. So I'm glad that you stated that for anybody's listening. That's a nugget right there. Are you surprised by how many business owners don't have business plans? And can people learn that through your organization, or what are some places you recommend?
Yeah, with the training that we're going to do is one that I did to become certified as a trainer. And one of the things we do early on is that you have to reach out and do the research. You have to call businesses and say, hey, I'm going to be selling this or offering this service. Will you buy it? And if so, why? And if not, why? And we want to always kind of skip that and just go to, I have a great product. And everybody's going to buy it because I think it's the great product. And again, I'm guilty, but we really have to test the market. My mom has been an entrepreneur for over 30 years, and she didn't have the benefit of all the resources and tools we had when she started out. She was a single Black, woman, just starting her business. But she did some of the things that I see people and what we're training people now. She used to do what they call send out the balloons. She would float the idea and see who if someone bought it. She would put an ad out in the paper, back then, or put an ad in the Yellow Pages or something, and see what happens. And then from there, that's part of your research. When people started calling, she's like, okay, that's what they want.
Yeah.
And so that's where I will focus my effort. So we have to do the research. We have to kind of put the balloon out there. We have to test the market and go through that process, rather than just jump in and say, I got this product, and then we're going to force it.
Yeah.
Force it on the market. You're going to buy it no matter what.
Yeah. You do see, polling. People do polling through social media. Sometimes you see some small groups where they'll have like a beta sort of program to see how things work. So those are things it sounds like you're recommending in order to research the market, instead of just diving in and offering something that you can't stand up to.
And I know we are usually anxious because we're trying to get, make money. So I do understand that conundrum, I guess is maybe a good word. But really, if you can afford to just take the time and test the market, and if you can hold out a little bit, and then the money will come. It will come.
Yeah. Yeah, we're finding that a lot of new businesses, they've been stating in the past couple years that a lot of businesses are being owned, new businesses are being owned by women. Are you seeing that in North Carolina and the Southeast
Oh,
yourself? Are you working with more women? Why do you think we're dominating all of a sudden?
oh my goodness. I mean, I forget the number. I should have it in my head because it is pretty high. It is very phenomenal. And you know, I I think there are probably a lot of reasons. Probably the biggest is that, again, in the workforce, women, we're still being challenged by that ceiling. We're not able to
Yeah.
grow and utilize our talents the way we want to. We feel stifled in a lot of ways. So it's not just that they're not paying us, the same, which is important too, but it's also we're not able to be as creative as we have. We're talented, and we want to be able to express those talents. So I know for myself and a lot of women, I think a lot of them have started their business so that they can actually live to their potential.
Hmm.
Utilize all the skills that they have. Whereas if you're in a business, you're going to be, limited. Maybe you're just put in one department and you're not able to contribute to the growth of the company and express yourself the way you really feel. And men, tend to maybe not confront that as much as women. So a big part of, I think, is being able to be, self-expression, being creative, and being able to live to our highest potential.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that I agree with everything you said. And I think about authenticity and vulnerability. And I know through social media, when you were talking about community and we were talking about creating the tribe and all of that. Being authentic and vulnerable is probably a bit more common for the women than it is for the men. Like truly just sometimes we feel like people share too much, but to someone else, it's just enough to say, hey, I want to know you. I want to be a part of your community. I want to see what you're doing. I know people who've gotten business and people didn't even know what they did, but they just wanted to be connected to that person. And so I think that could be too a reason why women are thriving a bit more as well. And a lot of our business owners remain solopreneur for quite a while. Is that something that would you like, is it part of your goal to see more businesses begin to hire employees and things like that?
Oh, that's such a great point, Kimberly. It is so essential. We are, as women, I guess, we have the benefit that we are more apt to be vulnerable in those things, but we also are the ones who always want to do it all.
Mm-hmm.
And we really, that's another mindset that and we all have to kind of move away from and really, really learn to delegate. Really learn and understand that we deserve to have people work for us. People will do it. It's a different way of approaching because we're so used to being the one to get it all done and getting it done a certain way. But we definitely, if we want to succeed, and we have to really learn to start training people and learning how to work with people and finding ways to do it. We can start small. With myself, again, I can tell my own story. I work with a lot of interns, and that's kind of given me the practice of managing people, delegating, learning how I delegate, what styles, how people hear things. So, you want to maybe start small, but definitely learn how to trust and turn your business and activities over to someone else and trust them to do it. People will do it. People will do it. Yeah, they rise to the occasion.
So important. And that helps too, like the systems that we need, the organization, the delegation, all of these things. And it sounds like we're going to be getting a lot through your organization. So I just want to thank you once again, Vicki, for your time, for being so willing to answer all of the questions. Great responses. I always look forward to time with you. So I look forward to seeing you again very soon, I hope. And I hope and thank you for sharing the Black Business Expo's mission with your network, your audience. So thank you for your time with us. Have a great day. I'm going to see you on the other side.
Absolutely. Thank you all. Enjoy the rest of the program.
Thank you.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I'm Jaha, Chief of Tonkawa of Texas, artist and entrepreneur. My genius is master building. Master building with what's in my hands or nothing at all. I learned to keep it simple, clear, and concise. Lay a strong foundation in truth and purity, and you really can't go wrong. Allow room for yourself and others to grow. Tap deep. I learned a lot there. Like it's better to steer away from being judgmental. I learned more about my uniqueness. I learned about authenticity, so on and so on and on and on and on. I realized I didn't have to spend my time being in competition because I already won. You don't have to spend your time always competing against people. You're already a winner. Allow yourself room to grow and allow others room to grow. To learn yourself, to learn what your genius is, and to be the best you, to be the best genius that you are. This is our individual journey, as well as our collective journey. And it's not so much that we have to explain ourselves to people to help them to get us, because they're probably not going to get us anyway. You'll know when you struck that genius goal, because you'll freely share, and you'll share it with great love and wisdom. Whatever you want, know it, be it, and do it. Don't be afraid to live it out. Be the inspiration, be the miracle, be the dream, be the love, be the success. So, what's your genius? Own it. Go fearlessly. We are innately wired with genius. Pay it forward with good intentions. Genius is common.
Then you have to believe in it so hard, because people put their shit, their insecurities on you.
Square made the beat.
My name is Scott Galley, and I'm the CEO of Haystack Industries, and I am a genius.
Hey y'all, it's TSU The Buzz Radio with your host, I am Zaire, also known as DJ Roz, and I am genius.
Our job is to find that genius level talent, and then to apply it in a way that supports that genius level talent.
My name is Mariah Lee. I'm a musician and I am a genius. I sing because I'm happy, and I sing because I'm free. His eye is on the spell.
My name is Justice. My genius is music. Genius is coming.
Doesn't mean you have to walk around planting unwanted seeds. Doesn't mean you have to walk around with all the guns.
My name is Mira Moffitt, and my genius is poetry. Genius is coming.
Hi, I'm Celeste Stein, an associate professor of mass communication. Although I have a lot of interests, my genius is actually nurturing and helping others to achieve their full potential. I currently teach at Tennessee State University, where genius is common.
I
am a genius.
My name is Gabriel Golden. I'm a student at Tennessee State University, and everyone has a genius in them. So I challenge you to find your genius.
Hello, my name is Bill Duke, and I'm a film director, writer, actor, producer, and my genius is the God within me and the God that surrounds me. That's the only genius I have. And genius is a common thing.
Hello, everyone. How are you today? I am that vivacious, tenacious, and ever so gracious relational life coach, Paulette Livingston, who will not stop, let up, or slow up until I go up. Why? Because God has destined me for a purpose. He has preordained me before I even thought about being a me that I am today, and I thank God for being the me that I am today. But He purposed me to be here to help people. I am a server of the Most High, and so any capacity He tells me to serve, that's why I'm here and that's what I'm doing. Psychology is my background. I also have a degree in family and marriage counseling, and I have some clinical studies as well. But my genius is that I help people to self-discover paths that lead to stronger, healthier, and more satisfying relationships. Whether that relationship is within yourself, meaning you have some self-esteem problems, you may have some self-worth issues, it may be some things that people said to you in the past and it just resonated with you and you kept it. Instead of getting rid of it and saying that, you know, whoever your higher being is, mine is God, has something better for me, and that's not what He think of me. It's all about what you think about yourself sometimes. But also I help people in relationships with spouses and mates, parents, siblings, co-workers, church members, whatever the case may be. A lot of times I'm finding, though, that most of the time that rooted problem starts within yourself. So I always like to get that history to start within you. My genius is that I am here to help serve to the best of my ability, to the fullness of God and my capacity to help people to be a better you, not just for today, but for tomorrow and forever. We are here not just to go through the experience of life for ourselves, but also to help someone. Most of the time, what we go through, it's not because of us. It's not because God is just being mean. It's not because the devil is just busy. It's because we have a higher and greater purpose. And that purpose is someone else coming behind that God wants you to be able to share your experience with, and it may help set them free. It may give them a different perspective on how to look at things in life. I love giving people a different perspective on how to look at things. I am one to analyze a lot. I like to go into to see what's wrong, to see what I did wrong. I always say, be responsible, accept your fault, because with accepting your fault, you start to realize that you start to mature from that. You start to realize that it's never just one person or one thing that has created something. It takes two. Just like it takes two to tango, it takes two to make a relationship or break a relationship. Yes, you can live up to your part. Once you lived up to your part, then what happens from there, hey, is history. But my genius is that I am here to help serve the people that are hungry for a change, people who know that there's something deeper inside of you, but you're just not sure what it is, people who are changing careers, people who are struggling with themselves or in relationships. I am presenting workshops this year. We'll be holding some seminars this year. I do one-on-one coaching. I also do a lot of group activities as well. And we're going to do some fun things. I want to do some things with having men's panel and have the women to be in the audience and vice versa. Just so we can get some conversation going. Communication is key for me. Communication is number one when it comes to any type of relationship. I don't care what it is, because if you don't communicate, you're not communing, meaning you're not sharing. We're not, sharing each other's experience or ideas or thoughts, and that's important in relationships. And I found that out. And sometimes you just got to understand that when you're going through, that everybody's not going to understand your story. Everybody's not going to understand why you do what you do, because if God told you to do it, it's for you to do,
not them. It's not for their understanding. As long as you have an understanding with God and keep your relationship strong with God, that's the important. So, in that, my genius is here to help serve people to be a better them, to get to better relationships. And in that, I say, what is your genius? Are you ready to discover your genius inside? Because we all have one. How do I know? Because genius is common. Have a great one.
Genius is common.
My name is Malik Yoba. I'm here with a friendly little reminder. It's amazing how many people I talk to on a regular basis that say all kinds of crazy negative things about themselves. They often think that it's the other person, the other guy, the other girl, man or woman that is more capable, that has more ability, that's smarter, more talented. The thing so many people don't realize is we got a little secret. If we tell ourselves that we're great, if we focus on the things we really want that exceed our current circumstance and stay true to that no matter what, you'll understand genius is common.
I am Black Business. I am Sharon Campbell with Sharon Campbell Solution Group. Join us June the 7th through the 13th on our Facebook, Black Business Expo USA. Entrepreneurs and business owners, you do not want to miss this opportunity to network, learn the best practices to how to grow your company and thrive. But also, you have opportunity to help young adults and our youth with a scholarship. So join us, Facebook, Black Business Expo USA, and make a difference. I am Black Business.
Well, welcome back. I want to highlight this wonderful scholarship that you've been hearing about. First of all, let's give a round of applause virtually to Vicky Hyde Parker Lee. I said her name all backwards, but to Vicky, let's give her a round of applause again for her time with us. It was absolutely amazing. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for students. So we need to talk about that. Students in high school to go to college. This is a fundraiser for students. So I want you to write down right now, or either go ahead and go there, put it in your browser, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com, and donate to the scholarship fund. As you've seen, you could also use Cash App, and that has been going across the screen throughout the entire conference, throughout the entire expo. You can go to give your donation, Cash App at $BBXUSA. So once again, to donate, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Our goal is to give 10 laptops and up to $5,000 to students. And students can also register at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. What an amazing goal. 10 laptops and up to $5,000. We want to thank our sponsors. We have so many amazing sponsors, and we definitely want to highlight them. So our sponsors, thank you to Black Leaders Worldwide, Peony Properties, LLC, First Atlantic, Step Management, Moody Capital Partners, National Black Mastermind Group, A New Way Home, North Carolina, Sharon Campbell Solution Group, Kingdom Legacy Partnerships, LLC, GAMS Unlimited, LLC, Creative Force Studios, and Black Business Expo USA. Every dollar counts. So once again, we want to remind you to donate to the Scholarship Foundation. Again, right across the screen, you can go to Cash App, BBX, $first, BBX USA, or go to www.blackbusinessexpo.com. Awesome. So genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side has been something that you've been hearing throughout the conference. I'm going to bring the man himself, Dr. Eric Kelly, up right now to share with us a little bit more about that genius is common statement, and then also a bit about the scholarship and why people should donate to the Black Business Expo to help these youth.
Hello, how you doing? How's it going this morning?
It's going great. Thank you for this platform and opportunity for all of us, on behalf of all of us.
Well, one of the things that I like to say before we get started, that this is a great day in the beautiful city in your life if you're tuned in. You know, a lot of times people don't even realize how blessed they are in terms of just waking up and getting air and being able to know their names, you know. Like to say to all of the families out there who are experiencing turmoil and experiencing times of trouble, that this too will pass. This too will pass. And also, you know, Kim, as we look at the Black Business Expo and its mission, nobody really understands what a mission is. When you say mission, sometimes people believe it's an objective. The difference between a mission and an objective is one is something that you live for. The other one is something that you want for. And our mission is to raise scholarships for kids. We have probably about 25 kids who have filled out our scholarship forms that we're going to give dollars to. And one of the things, you know, I talked to one of our corporate sponsors this morning from Step Management, and he said, well, Eric, just ask everybody to give $1. You know, we had over 2,000 people on yesterday. We'll probably have another 4,000 people today. We want to ask you to be engaged this morning, to be engaged in and just give $1. You know, some people can give more, but our kids are asking you as an organization to give, to help these students go to college. You know, we're looking at kids who don't get the opportunity to see Black businesses in this light. You know, when you have Vicky Parker High on this morning, how many people knew who Vicky Parker High was? On yesterday, all of the business owners that came on yesterday, how many people knew that those business owners were engaged and in business?
Probably, I would say many people were finding out for the very first time.
And not only finding out for the very first time, it gives people an opportunity to reach out across the nation, to reach out across the world to people who do not know them. This network is a network that we're looking at that's going to be a network that's going to be 65,000 people. We plan on doing Black business every day, and so that people can see Black businesses in a different light.
Yeah. I have a question for you about the scholarship for those who may have a few questions about their student. How can students even qualify to be a part of being one of the recipients of the scholarship?
Well, the criteria is simple. You know, a lot of times people say they're going to give scholarships out, and then what they do is they make the criteria so high until the student, you know, and the parent just gets frustrated with the process. With us, all we ask is for a young man or a young woman to write 300 words about why they want a scholarship. That's it.
Okay.
We're not looking at the student who makes the A's. We're not looking at the students who are doing the excellent work. We're looking at students who are saying, I want to go to college. I have a dream to be in business. I have a burning desire to attend college. And then some students who write the scholarships may already be accepted to school and want to say, well, you know, I may need a laptop. I may need some more funds to help me buy my books. And that's what our scholarships are right now. We believe that our tribe of people, when I say tribe, our business owners out here, can give enough so that we can do 4-year scholarships for these kids. Now, sometimes people ask the question, well, who's going to do it? Who's going to? Well, I have a team of people who work with me, who look at these students, who will administer the scholarships. We have a 501(c)(3) designation, so it's tax deductible. So when you participate in today's activity, it's tax deductible. So what do you have to lose?
Right. Yeah, that's a great point too, that it's under a 501(c)(3), because I don't think a lot of people would know that either all the time. As much as we say it, it's good to say it over and over and over again. What's the minimum age? And I know that these are kids going to college, but can 11th graders apply, or do they need to be 12th graders or already, headed toward in college?
Well, we have given out scholarships to juniors in high school. Okay. We have given out scholarships to seniors in high school. What I say to these parents out here, you have a young man or a young woman who's a genius. That young man or young woman don't know what they're going to be or where they're going to go. What we're saying to you is send the information to us. We will start accepting the scholarships in August. Right after August, we will actually start accepting the essays. But you still can email us right now. You can email us at bbxspeakers@gmail.com. But go to our website. You will see all of the information that you need. But Kim, this is the thing that I say to people. It's easy to sit back and not say anything to our kids. It's easy to allow other people and other media outlets to tell our kids what to think. We have a responsibility to say to our kids, here is an opportunity. Here is another way. But more importantly, the reason that the network happens is so those kids can actually see people who they don't see on TV.
Yeah. Dr. Kelly, I was just thinking, do you have a story or two about a young person who has benefited from the scholarship that you could share?
Yes, we have a young man by the name of Will Johnson. Will's mother was, and I'll just talk about it since you asked. Will's mother was in the projects, over here in Hoover Road. And I was talking at an event, and I was telling them that we're doing scholarships. And so what happened was she came to me and she said, well, my son may not go to college. My son doesn't have a background to go to college. And I said, well, what does your son want to do? And she said, well, my son wants to be an architect. And I said, is that really what he wants to be? And then her son walked up and he said, well, Mama, I really don't want to be an architect. I want to be in business. And so I asked him, I said, what kind of business do you want to be in, young man? And he said he wanted to be in the T-shirt business. And I said, well, what is that going to take for you to be in the T-shirt business? He said, well, what it's going to take is some money and probably a computer. And I said to him, I said, well, look, I tell you what, write me an essay about what you want. And he said, well, I'll do it. And 2 days later, he wrote us an essay. And in his essay, he said that there was a friend of his by the name of Chris Williams. And Chris Williams and him, and he, or whatever you said, wanted to go into business together. And so what I said to them, I said, look, I have your information, but this is what I'm personally going to do. Because a lot of people think this is my job. I'm an artist, and that's what I do every day. I draw and paint. And so I gave the young man a laptop computer, and I said to him, on this laptop computer, there is business plan software. Fill out the business plan software and give me a call back. And I can report today that they have opened up a T-shirt business, and they're doing very well. That's just one. And then there's another young lady who wanted to open up a hair salon. and she talked with me about opening up a hair salon. And as I said earlier, one of the things that we want to do is we want to change people's lives. And we were able to give her a laptop computer. And now I can easily just say, I'm just going to give out laptop computers and give out money as a philanthropist or as an entrepreneur. But I believe that our community can give, to our kids and help our kids. Somebody has to do it. And when you hear sometimes that black men are doing it, it's always that little pushback. What is the game? What is the trick? What's going on? And I say to everybody, we as a community have to stop looking at who's doing it and start looking at what are we doing? What are we actually doing?
Absolutely. I totally agree. One of the things that you're doing to help is this Black Business Network, this Black Business Expo. And this is what year now? And I know we've gone virtual lately, but this is what year for the Black Business Expo?
You're asking my age. That's what you're asking my age, The Black Business Expo started in 1991. It was an expo that my grandmother came up with. Mind you, I went to college on art scholarship. And so after I got out of school in art scholarship, I got a job, and I wasn't making a lot of money. Even though it was a lot of money in 91, I was making $21 an hour. But my ambition was to run an advertising agency. So a friend of mine asked me how much money I was making, and I told him, and he said, how would you like to make $150,000 a year? And I said, well, what do I have to do? And he said, well, you can sell cars for me. And I tell people, when you are dealing with your life, the people that run through your life sometimes can change your life. Now, the gentleman who was a general manager at Coggin Pontiac Mazda at the time, when I was a kid, I used to draw signs for him as he was a civil rights leader by the name of Ken Beckford. And he was doing all the marches, and I was just a little kid, and I was drawing all the signs. But when I got older and got in college, I met him again, and he was the general manager at a car dealership. So I took the job, and I earned the money. And once I earned that money for 3 years, I made probably about 150, 130. I was doing all right because I was being trained by great people who was selling 30 cars a month. And so once I got out of college and started my advertising agency, my grandmother walked in and said, I want you to do an event that's going to bring corporations together and businesses together so that they can do business. And at first, I didn't even believe in it. I took it to another organization, the Black Data Processing Organization. But because it was not the president's idea, and sometimes we miss things because we're listening to what we're saying inside. And the president said in a meeting that, after he said we was going to do it, that they had made a decision not to do it. And I was like, okay, y'all not going to do it, but I'm going to put all this information out. And I had raised about $7,000 on the show. And my great grandfather used to say, it's one thing when you're dealing with people, just don't be a fool. Always listen. A lot of times people talk, but nobody listens. And so I decided to go ahead and do the Black Business Expo. And my grandmother came to the first show, and she said it was a nice little show. My grandmother used to say, research, research, research. And that's what I want people to do today. Go online and look us up. Go online and figure us out. But more importantly, think about our kids. And so now we in the 2000s, and we have impacted kids, but more importantly, we have impacted businesses. A lot of this has been done out of my back pocket. And what I say to people is, it's not about me. It's about the mission. It's about the goal. It's not about the objective, because the objective is to bring businesses together. The mission is to help our kids.
Absolutely. So, just doing some quick math, that's 30 years.
Yes, indeed.
This year is 30 years.
Yes, indeed. And Kim, when I say that, people say, you've been doing this for 30 years and I have not heard about it. Well, this is what I say to them. You don't hear about things that you're not looking for. Think about that for a moment. You don't hear about it because you're not looking for it. You know, at the end of my email, it says what you're looking for is looking for you. And today, if you're tuned in, there's a reason that you're tuned in today. You're not tuned in just to hear business owners. You're tuned in to see how can you be engaged in a movement. And the Genius is Common movement is a great movement. Bruce George is a gentleman that his quotes are being quoted around the world every day. And we are engaged in helping his movement. But more importantly, we're asking you. You know, I got the Cash App right here. The Cash App did not ring one time when I said donate $1.
Let me get my phone. Let me be an example. Go ahead, keep talking.
Yeah. Let's see it ring. I mean, think about it for a moment. We're taking out the time to put people on a platform to allow them to reach people they've never reached. Oh, there you go.
See?
Wait a minute. There go one person. That is what we're talking about. You know, people need to be engaged. It is easy. It's running at the bottom, $BBX USA. I would employ, or I would ask people, think about what you're doing right now and think how you have become the great person and amazing person that you are. And think about all the people that have come into your life that have helped you become that person. And then think about our young people who are asking. They won't come on here and ask. You know, if they come on here and ask, people would say, well, something's going on. Well, I am on asking today for you to think about sending a small donation, $1. If $1 comes to us today, 2,000, 5,000 people, that's $5,000. That's $5,000. You know, we had 133,000 people to come to our last show. And the question is, if 133,000 people would have given $1, that's $133,000. I think sometimes we just don't do the numbers.
Absolutely. So I made my donation. And so I want anybody that's watching right now, I'm going to share what I made. I just want you to match me. I know that Dr. Kelly is only asking for $1, but I think we could go a little bit higher than that, you know, even 5, 10, let's go with $5 increments here. I gave 20. And so let's keep it going. We pay so much for little things all the time, things that don't matter, right? And so let's give for things that do matter. So many people say all the time, I want to support the kids. How can I support the kids? What can I do? This is what you can do. You can give. So I gave my donation. I'm gonna keep it private. If you want to share it, you can until I post. When I post, I'm gonna share what I gave, and I'm gonna ask whoever will to match me on my page. So
that is one of the things that I say to people a lot of times. They say you're so passionate, you're so involved. I just think about it like this: if we don't do it, who will? Right. Our kids, our young men are getting shot in the street, and we can go up online with George Floyd and raise a ton of money for their family. And we understand that their family is going through a lot. But think about it like this. If you can change the lives and the thoughts of our young people, then some of our young people will not be in the situations they're in. If we can get more scientists to go to school, then we can eradicate all diseases.
Yeah.
If we can get more architects to go to school, we can build buildings in our community. If we can get more young people to go into technology, then this whole blockchain thing that's going on, this whole cryptocurrency thing that's going on, we can change that. And I keep saying to people, the change is in what you do. Change means to do something. The word diversity means change. We have to begin to look at what are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
And stop being, as I say, selfish to ourselves. It's easy to say, well, I'm not going to do anything and I'm not going to share, but I'm going to listen to what he's saying, or I'm going to listen to what the business owner is saying, but I'm not going to do anything. Ask yourself why. Why did you get up? Don't you know that when you hear your alarm clock ring and you roll over, that you are affecting somebody else's life because you didn't get up? You are affecting somebody else's life because you didn't commit. And those are the kinds of things that I talk about all the time. What is your engagement? What is your commitment? And more importantly, do you really care about the Black community? You know, on Clubhouse, we had a talk with why do Black people hate Black businesses? And it was just an amazing conversation. But at the end of that conversation, you know what we found out? We found out the reason that a lot of times Black businesses don't support Black businesses is because, one, they don't know where they are, and two, and the most important one, sometimes Black businesses don't even let other people know that they are in business.
Mm-hmm.
Information, communication, and engagement are three words that Black businesses don't do. We talk about the best advertising is the word of mouth. But you know what the best advertising is? The best advertising is spending some money with a Black business to help that Black business build their family to be a better family. You know, when you go out to a restaurant and you go to one of these high-class restaurants and you buy a meal for $115 or $120, you get a small piece of meat and some lettuce. And then you go to a Black restaurant and you get to that Black restaurant, and that Black restaurant gives you enough food to eat there and to take home. You don't realize that that recipe is a 400-year-old recipe for those collard greens and those pig feet and those hog maws and those chitlins and those turnip greens. You don't even think about that is a 400-year-old recipe that you are buying for $12.
Right.
That's my rant. I know Thomas is here.
Yes.
And, you know, I got to get off here. Hey, man, he's a wonderful guy. You know, as I say, genius is common. And I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely. So what Dr. Kelly has said to us is take action. Don't just talk about it, be about it. So I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, who we have already just heard is Thomas Wilson. That conversation was great. So thank you, Dr. Kelly, for all of the passion that you have. And we were able to witness it, hear from the source, the visionary, and get ourselves attached to the why, which is so important. And so, like I was saying, next up we have Thomas Wilson. Thomas Iceberg Wilson is an experienced chief executive officer with a demonstrated history of working in the entertainment industry. He's skilled in several areas: strategic marketing, transformational speaking and coaching, leadership development, sales, promotion, concerts, branding, and special events. With strong business development, he is a strong business development professional of over 20 years. And so, once again, like I said about Vicky, you guys want to be sure to have your pen, have your paper. Let's go ahead and bring up Thomas Wilson. All right. Good morning, Thomas. How are you?
Good morning. How are you doing today, Kimberly?
I'm awesome. It's great to see you. Welcome to Black Business Expo.
Well, thank you for having me. I really appreciate the fact that you guys invited me and saw so much of me and my group. I think I've got some more people that are waiting to be let in. How can we get them on with us?
Mark is handling everything in the background, and so I'm sure that they're going to be on shortly.
Excellent.
Yes. And so can you share with us what your business is?
Oh, yeah, sure. But first, I just want to thank Dr. Kelly for allowing us the opportunity to really talk to his community and bring about awareness and help to uplift our culture and really take us to the next level. So the group that I represent is coming on today is MVP. And what that stands for is Mogul Visions Partnership. I want you to really pay attention to that last part, partnership, because I think it's a great segue into what Dr. Kelly was saying just now about us partnering together and understanding group economics and others in order to take us to the next level. So really, to me, he just teed it up, and I'm just coming in to try to see can I bring this home run through. Now, also,
awesome.
Thank you.
Let me go ahead and jump off so you can dive in. You guys remember, genius is coming, and I'll see you, Thomas, and everyone else on the other side.
Well, Kim, before you go, it's been a while since we've been on the same platform. I just want to say thanks, shout out to you as well for all that you do. So as we look in today, what we want to talk about, future forward. Future forward, talking about leadership from the past and leadership going to the future. Now, I have some cohorts, some of my colleagues should be coming through soon. Mr. Vonzel Sawyer, I saw him come in. Mr. Sawyer, how you doing?
Doing well, Thomas. Good to speak with you this morning.
Excellent, excellent. So Mr. Sawyer is one part of MVP, and what we're going to really dive into is the leadership moving forward. I think Dr. Kelly spoke about what are the questions that are plaguing our community? How can we move forward? What is things that we're still holding on to that's keeping us, anchored to the past and anchored to somewhat not really advancing and moving forward. So we really want to attack this head on. One of the things that I'm really going to ask some questions because I want, a lot of times we're told what to do with just giving answers, but we're not really looking at the causation and the root of this to say, okay, what are the questions we really should be asking in order to come out with the right appropriate answers in order for us to move forward, develop our community, develop better business infrastructure. And I think you heard that word a lot from 2020 to 2021 infrastructure. And so the Black community really needs to look at what does that look like for us? How do we set ourselves apart and create a competitive advantage moving forward? Well, for me personally, in MVP, what we start out with is group economics stemming from a shared vision. The number one thing we have to do to move forward, we have to come up with a master plan. The key is that nobody has come together and say, hey, this is what that looks like. This is the blueprint that takes our culture to the next level. And these are the steps to get there. And let's start identifying the leaders that we have now and developing the leaders of future tomorrow. So much of our legacy is being lost over time that we are really just all over the place. We're scattered. Too many people going in too many directions. Let me ask you a question. When was the last time you started 5 to 10 businesses at the same time? More than likely never. But that's exactly what's taking place in our community. We're running so many different directions at the same time that we can't grow because nobody has said, okay, this is our goal that we're trying to achieve, and these are the strategies needed to get there. With that, I'm going to let Mr. Vonzel speak, but let me just introduce him. Please let me do the courtesy of introducing him. Mr. Vonzel is a business coach, accredited and well sought after throughout the whole U.S. and overseas as well. So he does international training, C-suite development. This guy is somebody that I reach out to do a lot of critical thinking so we can make sure we come out with the right product, and that I'm thinking clearly removing the fog to move MVP and create this partnership in this group economic structure in order to take us to the next level. Mr. Vonzel, if you can kind of chime in, introduce yourself, and we'll start diving into the steps as we go through this conversation of what we need to do and how MVP plays a role in taking our culture to the next level.
Yeah, absolutely, Thomas. Many thanks to Mr. Kelly, Dr. Kelly, and also to Kimberly in having us today, and much appreciation you to creating a platform for us to speak. One of the things I do, Thomas had spoken about, is business coaching. And what's so important about business coaching to me is it is not a very fluffy type of thing. It's very well defined because it talks about how someone is able to do business, and that is exchange a service or a product for compensation, and how that relationship goes among people. So that is really something important. And when we're looking to leadership, and we're looking at group economics, that's a big thing today. We should be able to be at a point where we're able to not only do business with ourselves, but do business with others and actually be able to count on our hand the different interactions and relationships we have when we talk about group economics. The loneliest number, as the song used to say, is the number one. We actually need one another, and we need to make sure that we're not the beginning or just the end of something, but that we're actually have continuity in what we do. So that's one of the things that I'm really high on is two things: planning and execution for business continuity. So I appreciate your time in asking that question, Thomas. But that's really, I believe, what is the essence of good group economics among Black businesses.
Thank you so much. So let's tackle that. I think we've already identified the number one problem we have in our community moving forward is a lack of vision. So as we look at MVP and MVP playing a role in creating that vision and that master plan, what are some of the key areas that we specialize in that you think can help develop that master plan and galvanize more people to come on board with this shared vision?
Well, one of the things I think that we're about when it talks about that shared vision, Thomas, is making sure that we're truly working in group economics among Black businesses. We want to help businesses process, scale what they do. We want there to be process improvement. We want people to be able to plan, think forward, think not just now, but what's happening in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. What's the vision out there? What's the goal? What are we trying to reach? Then the mission. How do we go about doing that? And what ways do we take? I liken it much to a trip that you're taking. If you're going from California to New York, there's several different ways you can go to get there. But when we define where we're going first and then how we're going to get there, that's when we take the I-80, the I-70, the I-10 to get over to the spot where we can get to New York. So I believe that's one of the big things that we do. And with the MVP, we want to help businesses go from just being small to scaling their business. How do they involve more people in becoming a part of what they do? How do they pivot their business when it has reached a plateau so that we can go higher? So we like business to business type of scaling that really helps us out. We want family and financial goals to be strong among Black businesses. We want families to be strong. We want continuity and legacy of many of these businesses so that they don't leave the neighborhood, they don't leave the city, they don't leave the state that they're in, or that they expand beyond those borders. So I think MVP is really looking to help people bring together that group economics that truly cause them to scale or become enlarged as a business while remaining profitable at the same time.
Okay, so with that said, I think Dr. Kelly touched on a couple of things, and I'll kind of dive into some of the problems that we take a look at. Let's just say we're looking at the victim mentality. This is what has happened to us in the past, and some of us stay stuck into what happened to the past. So that's one of the issues. The next core issues of our community is trust. How do we develop this trust in order for us to move forward together? You know, so that's the next part. Then the last part, we look at the economics. The economics, how do we really move forward with the economics? So let's deal with that, the victim mentality, the trust that we need to be in order to come back and start collaborating with one another. I think I just gave away one of the answers, but also, also looking at the economics part of it. So I'm gonna let you kind of tackle that. Let's jump on first, the trust factor. Let's deal with that.
Well, I'm glad you said that. One of my sayings that I always say is, there's no cash flow unless there's trust flow. And I think that's really important because cash likes to be trusted. And the only way that works is the two people have a relationship. And I think many times we try to dive in and just say, oh, you do this, I do this, let's get together. But I think a relationship has to be built through conversations, through the sharing of common goals, through the sharing of having a common basis of working from and understanding. I think in many cases, sometimes we should have relationships where there may not be business done at that time, but where businesses can come together sometime through people, even though you might not do business with that person yourself. But the idea is creating relationships so that there is this trust, there's this believability that when I recommend you to someone else, that person knows I'm recommending someone because we actually believe in what the other person does. So I think that's important that we have that. And trust requires a certain amount of honesty. We have to say, is our business viable? Do we understand our market? How do we really get our business out there doing well? So we have to be what I call true companions to one another. Now, a true companion is someone, and I'm going to go to the Bible for a second, but the Bible talks about the kisses of a friend, you know, that they, many times it can seem hard, but what they're being with you, a friend is being real with you, but walking alongside you. And that's what we have to do to build trust with each other, not only be truthful with each other, but walk alongside that truth so that there is not an abandonment just because the truth is there. So with that truth, with relationship, with that, we begin to build. And we start with small things. We start with talking to each other. We start with meeting each other. We start with talking with other people that we know. And we move into this trust factor. And then with that trust, we start to be able to build onto our group. And that's where the group economics comes in. Because again, where there is trust flow, there's cash flow.
Excellent, excellent. I want to also introduce one of our other members of MVP, Mr. Archie Wilson. And Archie, can you kind of tell people about yourself? Archie represents our technology. He's kind of like the brain behind bringing all the different aspects, all the different services we provide, bring it all together from a technology standpoint, and also looking future forward to see, okay, how do we get ahead of this technology pace that's constantly changing? Mr. Archie Wilson.
So hello everybody. My name is Archie Wilson. My main focus is technology. I'm a technology buff and an engineer. For MVP, what we look at is scalability in technology. How can we scale out, and how can we make technology so user-friendly that even a third grader or a second grader can adapt to it effectively immediately and be able to use it? The concept behind MVP technology aspect is adaptability. How do we adapt to a continuously changing world by using the training processes that we have, both in leadership and in technology, in cybersecurity, in telecommunication, in networking, in big data, and artificial intelligence? And then how do we look at what will become a digital master plan with a roadmap in order to achieve the vision and objectives of the organization? And so this is what we do. I'm Archie Wilson. My background, as I just said, is in engineering and technology and leadership specifically. And I also work as a director of a NEOM project, which is a $500 billion project for technology assessment and strategy and operations for a $500 billion project, which is building over a country from scratch. And so that's what I do, and I'm also a member of the MVP board, and also a chief executive officer of Connective Technology Innovation.
Excellent, excellent. So Archie, I want to dive into something. We're talking about future forward, past leadership to future leadership, and so I kind of want you to tackle as far as technology goes, from where we came from in technology, and where we need to take our businesses and to move our culture ahead of the curve instead of us always chasing. And what does that leadership role look like?
The leadership role from both a culture perspective and a family perspective starts in a very simple way. You have to look at it from the perspective of, as a leader, as a father, and as a Black man, what can I leave, and how can I train my children to be able to take what I have and multiply it? Once you start to think about that, you start to create steps in which you start to change the thought processes of your children. The changing of the thought processes of the individual families changes the thought processes of the community. And how do we do that? we do that by first looking at what are the fastest moving technology now in the world. What are the easiest part that kids can start learning, like Python programming, that kids are now doing in elementary school, like gaming, that kids are now doing, like animation, that kids are now doing. All of these simple, basic pieces are building blocks into what would then become the technology of the future. Is the coming together of all of these different parts that creates the future. So from a Black man's perspective, the first thing I look at is, what is it that I'm building? What are my legacies? What have my ancestors built? And it's very important in technology that our people and our children understand the pioneering ideals that was executed and brought forth by Black inventors. That everything you can touch in your house today was literally invented by a Black person. And there's a 3-volume work that actually talks about each and every Black invention and the pattern. If your ancestors can do that in the 16th and 17th century, that means you don't lack the intelligence or brain power to excel to the next level. What you lack is understanding that history as a base and as a requirement to be excellent. And that excellence then feeds into then what will become the new future of adapting new technologies, not from an individual perspective, but from a communal perspective. How do we look at wealth in technology from a community's perspective? What is the Black community worth? And how do we establish entities that are generational? That is not dependent on one person. What we have now is the lack of master plan, the lack of a roadmap. We have, if one person comes up with a very brilliant idea and that person passes away, that idea dies with them. Because the new generation, the future generation was never trained to take that over and move it to the next step. And so from a technology perspective, for the future, we need to start looking at AI. AI has at least about, I would say, 800,000 to 1.5 million open positions. Network technicians, network engineering, cybersecurity has at least 400 to 500,000. Big data has at least about 300 to 400,000. And now you're looking at the concept of Bitcoin that ties into AI that will bring forth then what will now become cryptocurrency, right? Which is just data mining and transactional tracking using blockchain for unique transaction to ensure that whatever transaction is performed here is locked and stored on distributed networks to ensure that that particular transaction is unique only to it. But all of this stems from establishing a clear vision on understanding what your power is. In our community, we have entertainment, we have doctors, we have athletes, we have lots of different things, but focus on entertainment. But we also have a huge following of doctors, professors, lawyers that are never talked about. And all of them need businesses and technology solutions. So once we start to understand the landscape of what we need as a people, then defining our roadmap and bringing it together to create a community like any other community does becomes a no-brainer. And then your children will see the path on that coming together of those ideas and resources and needed services and feed into them so that university then and their training becomes tailored to all of these vacancies that they must provide for the community to make it viable and sustainable.
Excellent, excellent. I want to also take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Benjamin Guy as well, one of our members of MVP. Mr. Guy specializes in real estate portfolio and acquisition. Mr. Guy, please, if you can't come off mute and kind of let's tell people about yourself, and then we'll dive into the next question for you.
All right, how's everybody doing today? It's pretty much running around today. I apologize. I was supposed to be stationary. Thomas, don't yell at me too much, but pretty much what my position in the MVP is just to make sure that we were able to adapt in both the real estate and the equity space as far as development is concerned. So with everything that goes on with the futuristic designs of America and the way the world goes, pretty much my design role is to actually help us out to make sure that we're leveraging our equity percentages and make sure that we're getting the best benefit for our communities, because a lot of times our communities don't know what the value of what we're doing, so they're talking in a disadvantaged role when they actually go into business means because they don't understand their value. So with MVP, we all have discussions about what is the value proposition on prospective deals and making sure that people actually understand their position as far as what their value is in the communities that they serve, but also in the communities at large. So with MVP, we break up our design roles in specific spaces so that everybody can function on their specific spaces, so we can actually approach people in different ways. A person that you meet that might be incarcerated or anything else might be a different approach than you actually meet a Wall Street professional. But we can actually have that conversation and a dialogue because we understand the value proposition that both of them meet for our communities as a whole. So with MVP, we work on strategies the way that we work on deal perspectives that we can actually put together as a whole. My baseline is mainly most of the stuff that we've been in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic coast for the most part. And we've also looked at expansion roles that we've been working on modeling for around the country and the globe as we go forward. So we have specialty people that like Archie that understands international markets, Mr. Von Zell who understands both international and other national global markets, and Thomas who understands the financial lanes and the financial perspectives that actually work together with our other partner that is currently working, Mr. Femi Frazier, who's not here currently because he's actually working on a big UN project that he's actually going to display for us at a later date. So as you see, we add a lot of multitude of ideas and professional characteristics together in this actual role. And Thomas, I think that's a basic introduction about what I currently do and what I bring to the space at all.
Okay, so we talk about leadership and from past leadership to where we are now moving forward. Let's kind of tackle something within that real estate space. Let's look at how land is evolving, and almost you could say land is king in a certain way because we're not making no more land. How do we take advantage of these opportunity zones, tax credits, and understanding people that we have to control real estate, not just on physical land, and Archie, I'm going to pivot back to you as well, but also real estate in that digital space, because that's key for us to have market share in both areas as we move forward into the future.
So one of the things that people don't understand is that one of the key areas in America or just globally, they can't make no more land. So people don't understand that specific portion. What that means for people is that people might see vacant lands, they might see vacant land plots, they might see a lot of things that's underdeveloped, but because America, England, and other countries are developed nations, they understand the power of development. They understand what development means. Most of the conversation that we have with our local communities, we don't understand real estate space and what the future looks like. So when you have a prospective land plot or you have a prospective design plot or somebody else, you're having a basic conversation based on one level, which is usually transactional, meaning you're just looking at the land and how much the value is at that specific time frame. You're not looking at the aspects of what it looks like to design, develop, and actually bring in other partners that can actually do that. And that's not taught to our community as much as it is other communities at all. That's why you see them pull their assets up and designate on one land plot that can double or triple value based on perspectives that you put together from your business partners. So example is here with MVP. We can look at a design plot of a specific open area land plot. Archie can actually work on a design plot of what his futuristic model is concerned, because he understands what new age technologies to actually bring to that area. That puts some perspectives on something for a 5-10 year perspectives that the banking instruments or banking tools can actually get behind to actually fund out, because they see the futuristic design of what is going to be done from a funding model standpoint. That is the type of perspective that MVP brings to the table to actually bring collaborative partnerships together. And while that's being done, when you're developing the asset or developing that land plot, you're actually putting in program designs to actually help you pay for the institutional modeling of what the program is, the transactional funding that actually might come in between that. So you might have a youth league, you might have a baseball team, you might have a grocery store that might help you pay for that land during the design at that specific time frame. And MVP works in all those lanes because we work on not just on the business aspect of just the land, but we also look on the design portion of how we can partner with other partnerships to actually make a win-win strategy for everybody to actually get done. So we might have a startup group or anybody else that needs a space to actually rent out for the time frame. We would design that contract and the ability to actually let them lease out that land plot so that the landowner can actually benefit it from it, not just for 1 year, but for 7 to 10 years out of the relationships that we build.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, and we want to unpack that, and I'm going to go around in groups so we can build on top of this, everybody can kind of get a bigger picture of what we're talking about here. We start with the raw land, but then we put an anchor property around it, and then we see what everything else that property brings in to build for the long haul. So we're not just planning for next 100 days, we're planning for years and years come. And then we also want to look at succession planning. So with that said, I'm going to bring Archie in and say, okay, if we've got all this land being developed, now connected with the technology to take us forward.
You're mute, Archie.
You're mute.
That's all right. We look at development, we look at it in factory. There are a few things that are reoccur in any land development. One is you need water, you need power, you need to recycle your water and the trash you create, and you need to have the four main things that will stay with you. But what enables those four things? In the past, we had locks. People use locks to open the door with your key to get in. Now you can use what we call smart solutions to do some of those things and recycle your water, control how much flow of water is happening, collect all of that data, and then make intelligent plans. So we'll look at small development, for example. The first thing we do when we do development is we try to look at what does the future plan looks like. And all of this is purely conceptual and digital. What a digital plan looks like, and that digital master plan incorporates what will become a customer journey or a person's journey. That is, what is it I want to see in the future, and what does it look like? What do those things look like that I want to see in the future? And put it into what will become a digital master plan. In the digital master plan, it will tell me how a customer journey will look like. Do I want to open my house before I get there? Control my AC from my office before I get there? Speak to my I'll see air handling units, lights, and things in my house to control and speak to an assistant to turn on my music. All of those pieces will be put together to create what we call a customer experience journey. In that customer experience journey, there are several things tied to it. Once we understand what the customer experience journey is, we'll move to the next step, which is the detailed master plan design, in where we incorporate technology with the design and the implementation at the same time. And what does that do for you? That creates jobs. So I'll give you an example. The first job it creates in smart homes is building automation. It creates automation and controls. Automation and controls is like the mother of engineering. You have to understand civil engineering, electrical engineering, computer engineering, computer programming, and big data for analytics, artificial intelligence for using like a Google Assistant or an Alexa, and tie all of it together. So that's what automation control does. Right? And once you do that, then you'll create then an experience. Because in actuality, in development, what we are selling is an experience. You create an experience not like others. And once you do that, you focus on security, child monitoring, and training. How does that support your community? If you go down now to see how does it support your community, you're going to need an HVAC technician who can be trained in automation control using certification. That means you're providing value proposition, training, and jobs for your people as you do this development. That same technician can be trained in cybersecurity, which means you are bringing more jobs with more vacancies, and you are filling up what we call revenue generation in your. The increase in household revenue generation increases the overall economy for African American people and Black people as a whole, right? And then you move into the next step of that is move from automation control, you move to voice control. From voice control, you move to mood control. And the technical explanation in mood control is what are the simulations and data I've gathered over the past 4 months that an AI can recognize how I feel and deliver on what I'm thinking before I even do it. And that's the next level that we are headed to. So from a plot of land development, from a real estate development, we focus on the core issue. How do we recycle what we have? How do we create a holistic community that is sustainable? How do we're building education for our children and for the people living in that community? And how do we then advance our culture through science and technology? And then we focus on the training program to be stuff like cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, big data analytics, automation and control from a electromechanical perspective, and then what we call coding. So this would enable then the community to be self-sustainable. So in that same community, you need electrician, you need all of the basic things you need to build any city or any nation. And so from the small community, what you create is a microcosm of the entire country or for nation building. And so when we look at it, when we look at land development to provide value proposition, we look at what kind of an experience we want to sell and what kind of an experience we want to see in the near future, and what are the enabling engineering and technology pieces that goes with it, so that they are built in when we do the development, so that we're not waiting. Now, I'll give you an example. 5G now can move up to 1 gig. So if 5G is moving up to 1 gig, I can then enable driverless cars. But I can also enable everything in my house to communicate with each other, which didn't happen before. I can literally reduce my electricity bill by 50%, which is a huge amount of savings over a year period. I can reduce the amount of water I'm using in my house by 50%. Because now I can look at the metrics and say, based on the data and based on the analytics I ran, this is how much water I need to consume at this time. I can even meter the metering of the city and know exactly what my consumption is before they even send me the bill. And so what this does is create a value community, and it sells the experience we want to have as a people and in the specific development, which is what every community is doing, is what kind of experience can you have in this community or in this subdivision. And so when we do development from a communal perspective, this is how we look at it. Is it 100% sustainable? Is it recyclable? Does it enable engineering, science, and technology? Does it enable training? Does it enable next generation thought process to take over this? And does it enable business development? And this is how we look at it from a master planning perspective.
Yeah. Thank you, Archie. So go ahead, Thomas. Sorry about that.
Well, let me, if you don't mind me jumping in just a second, I think real estate absolutely is correct as far as a property is concerned. I think digital property is too, but I don't want to miss the other part of property, and that's called intellectual property. Whether we're talking about music, whether we're talking about writing, whether we're talking about logos, whether we're talking about art, trademarks, copyrights, whether we're talking about patents, that's the other thing that we need for continuity. We need the ability to have the protections that the different departments of the United States offer so that we can maintain the value of something that we have created, not only for legacy and history, but for the value of the actual item itself. So I also want to talk about that intellectual property, because without it, you can miss another sphere of what we consider property or real property. So I wanted to bring that in real quick, Thomas.
No, thank you for saying that. Actually, you dove right into where I was going. So let's look at that. We've got the land, we're building it out for these different businesses. We're adding the technology to it, but now the business itself needs training and to go to the next level, understanding things like intellectual property, proprietary things that you can create to keep your business ongoing and create different revenue streams. So if you can, let's dive into the actual business training and business development of those business owners and showing them how to start, not just starting, but building people that have already been in business for maybe 2 to 3 years. But now, how do they scale? How do they go to scale? Because everybody wants to know that, how do I scale my business? After you've been in business for a while, you kind of understand the flow. How do I take it to the next level? What training, what development do I need in order, and who do I need to surround myself with in order to get that? In our community, that's lacking because we have, from that lack of trust and perceived lack of not having people that can do it. And they're out there. So please, let's talk about that.
Well, I'll start just by saying, and Benjamin and Archie can jump in, but I'll start by saying, again, back to where we were before, 1 is the loneliest number. If you're going to scale, you by yourself, it will never happen. So one of the things that as a business coach that I put forward is that if you want to scale your business, you have to start inviting other people, other tools, technology, and things into your business to help duplicate what you can and what you cannot do. So, for instance, one of the things that I push people to do as we start to scale a business is build subject matter experts around you. Whether it's yourself, Thomas, as a financial planner, whether it's Archie in technology, whether it's Ben in real estate, you can't be the master of everything and do your business well. So one of the things I teach people is create these people, your insurance person, your attorney, your banker, all these people. And that's where you really start to understand scale, because that means you have to pay for their services. So you have to get to a point where your prices are realistic, where the value you give is realistic, where the market is very clear that you market to and who you are becoming that group and give the type of marketing and product and services that they need. So I'll just start there and say, you have to start surrounding yourself with subject matter experts that, as you said before, Thomas, you learn to trust because they know their craft. And that's one of the ways you start to scale right away, is building that trust. And of course, from there, they actually have the network that you need as well. That accountant has a network of people that they do business with, that understand what you do. The attorney has clients, okay? The financial planner has clients. All those subject matter experts that build your business social network start to truly become what you need to be launched into a greater way. So that's the one thing I'll say. The second thing I'll say is everything's got to be documented, whether it's on paper, whether it's on film, whether it's video, whether it's however you have to do it. You have to find a way of creating your processes so that other people can duplicate it. It's tough to say, I'm going to train people to do what I do, and they have no reference to go back to make sure they understand the business that you do. And with our iPhones and Android phones today, you can literally make a video of what you need to be done when you handle certain processes or handle certain services or things, so that others can say, I think I can do that. And that's what allows you to start to scale, is you begin to duplicate the information. One of the things that a lot of people say is, well, I made this video, but it's not just a video anymore. It's also a transcript, okay, for learning. It's also a soundbite from an audible standpoint. It's just not a video alone. So you start to find ways to duplicate yourself, triplicate and quadruplicate yourself, so that you truly can become what we call a scalable entity.
So if I can try to put a pin on that, you have to learn how to multiply yourself. And most of us were so stuck in addition, 1 + 1 = 2, versus saying 2 × 2 = 4, and really trying to go up to the next level. One thing that I've learned as far as being a financial advisor and being in business for so many years, over 20-something years, and also invest in other businesses as well, is how to break down my numbers. But the key thing for me is to say, okay, how do I look at group economics from a whole? Wealthy people think in volume. We too much, sometimes we think so small and minute that we can't never see that big picture. So one of the things in our culture that we have to focus on is that big picture. So several questions I would really ask: when was the last time you thought about something for the first time? When was the last time you saw something in a new way? Why do I ask that question? Because we talk about innovation. Innovation is really being thrown out there, but all innovation is seeing the same product in a new way. Somebody saw a car that turned into a taxi, that now is Uber, and now Turo. Look at that. We started with one thing from a personal standpoint, a consumer standpoint, that's been now monetized several different ways. And we've got to take a look at that. Amazon wasn't a genius to create Amazon Prime and then start doing the distribution. All this stuff was already here. They took a bunch of ideas, brought it together. In our Black culture, what everybody wants to do, and just think about it, right? You got so many clothing designers that want to be clothing. Well, why they don't all come together and do a manufacturing plant? Because it's all raw material and combine and have their products shipped from that plant and then create the supply chain to get it to the consumer, reducing their overall cost and increasing their profit margin. That's the strength of group economics. That's the strength of having a conversation like this on a major platform and coming to somebody like MVP that has a trusted network to say, okay, we'll vet out the situation and then we'll connect it with the strategic partners and put together, as Bonzel said, the data collection, the framework, and the guidance to get you there, to make sure everything's accountable for, tracked, recorded. And we can go back to technology if you want to say that, from technology to the crypto world of blockchain technology, where you can create smart contracts that can't be changed. But these are things we have to start having and say, okay, instead of us starting operating these silos, how do we come together? We just gave you some of a blueprint. We started with the land. The land turned into a community by building the different businesses and portfolio around it. We added technology to increase and scale your business. Then we brought in somebody to help you develop that business out through a business coach and a business mentor. Because listen to me clearly, everybody in this world that's successful has a coach and a mentor. Nobody out here goes to the next level without having somebody that has that true experience that can guide you to that next level and can see things from a different lens. And we have to take a look at the old way we thinking and say, how do we go into the new? Now, all these things we help people develop these soft skills, from leadership to communication, to negotiation, because sometimes really the problem is, hey, you do great work, but you have a terrible contract that you're locked into that's preventing you from actually being economically successful. So you need somebody that can come in and negotiate that contract for you. You need a salesperson. You need somebody like me, a marketing strategist, that really sees your vision and knows how to brand it and take you forward. You have to have foresight, insight to foresight. I see it on the inside, but I created 10 years down the line. And I put together a strategic plan. And here's the key. The old way of doing a business plan was 10 years out. Because technology in the world is moving so fast, you got to do a 2-year business plan. Because things are changing that fast. Let me show you how fast they're changing. By the time you graduate from college to the time you pay off that student loan, you're ancient history. Everything you learn by that time you pay off that student loan is old news. Nobody's even doing it no more. That's how fast technology is moving. Technology is moving so fast, my kids know how to operate an iPad and iPhone better than me. They play more games on it than I do. And kind of, hey, if I got a problem, hey, can you fix this? And this is a 9-year-old, an 8-year-old. They can come up and say, done, daddy. We have to understand that the future for our culture is in the kids. So I'm bringing this back to say, let's go back to the blueprint. The blueprint starts in a household. What are you teaching your kids at age 2, age 3 in order to development in the future business leaders, not more workers? To get out the consumer mentality into a producer mentality. Because this world honors one thing, producers. Think about all the people that are successful. They are producers. And we have to take a look there and say, okay, how do we develop our leaders in order for them to train, document, and spread that producer mentality across the board? We can't change what took place in the past, but what we can do is correct it going to the future. We had a big discussion amongst our group in order to kind of make sure that we put a right framework around how we want to move forward. A discussion that's out there is, and we talk about past leadership to future leadership. We talk about, and I haven't heard on the radio today, a civil rights leaders. Fine, you're dealing with equality. that's going to be a never-ending conversation. That's a lateral conversation that probably, I don't know how far it's going to go. But the discussion that we have is we want equity. Because through equity, you protect your community. I want you to think about all the community that don't have the problem with the police, the problem with debt ratio, the problem with low household income, poverty. And look at how that economics protects them. Because with that economic power, you create a seat at the table. You're not asked to come to the table and listen to somebody else talk. You're asked to ask how do we move forward in our community. And we have to start looking, how do we control these different areas of opportunities? What market do we want to be in? How do we increase that supply chain? How do we control the manufacturing plant? How do we move forward to say we own X percentage of this market? We own a huge, like Tesla, let's say Tesla in the electric vehicle space. They own 25% of that market share. That allows them to make the decision moving forward, and everybody else has to chase. What areas do we spend the majority of our money in that we can take control of as the producer? Look at the continent of Africa, the #1 cocoa producer, but only receiving out of 60+ billion markets to 200 billion market, 2 billion. How can I produce this major product, but I only see 2 billion in revenue, and I'm seeing it from a labor standpoint, not an ownership standpoint? And so we take a look at the hair market. Now, we've had stylists for years. Why are these beauticians and barbershops not controlling their product, not creating their own plant, their own manufacturing plant? Because it's all raw material, controlling the raw material that it comes from, and then distributing it out amongst each other, buying at a bulk rate in order to reduce their overall costs, increase efficiency, add more income to your community, and move forward. Because it all comes back to this. We lack a true economic plan, not an equality plan, economic plan. We want equity. Equity means I have control, not ownership. I want to be very clear in that. Your house, your car, you don't pay the property taxes on it, you'll see how much you own it. So we want control. How do we control the narrative of our conversation? Because if everything that I see on TV puts me in a negative life, and my kids are seeing this also, I'm passing down that story, that history. But if we can also get into media and start controlling the narrative and start telling the truth about our culture, we can change everything moving forward. And it starts by coming to a company like MVP, where we focus on several things. For one thing, group economics, looking at focus on education, trade, development, training, unity, and for the purpose of controlling market share. See, we just don't want to put you in business. We want you to control that area that you're in, that industry that you're in. And we're going to handhold you throughout the whole process. So as we take a look at different soft skills in our leadership development and our training program, we look at communication, problem solving, leadership development, time management, teamwork, creativity, adaptability, emotional intelligence, conflict resolution, critical thinking, decision-making, empathy, collaboration, flexibility, social skills, and most of all, you gotta have the work ethic and understand persuasion. Because I don't care how good your product is, if you can't articulate right and persuade me to buy it, why the value is there in it, I will keep my money and you will keep your poverty. The key thing you have to understand is this, and this is a true nugget for everybody out there when you think about being in business and having a product or service. Your product or service must be more valuable to me than me keeping my money. If it's not more valuable to me keeping my money, you will be out of business real soon. And it's not that you don't have a great service or a great product. It's because you don't know how to tell your story to the world. And we're so stuck in people telling our story that we never really sit down to get with experts and say, I don't know. Look at this panel right here. I know almost everything across the board, but I only specialize, listen what I'm saying, from business coaching to technology to real estate and a lot more things, marketing. I make sure I educate myself in all these areas. Land development, but I only specialize in certain things. The things I specialize in, I put my best foot forward. But I grab people around me that specialize in other areas to develop a better product. Because here's the bigger picture. It's about all of us. One person moving to the top, becoming a millionaire, billionaire, doesn't move all of us. If that person does not bring more people with him, he really did more tragedy than good.
That's right.
So I'm gonna let somebody else chime in before we close out. Everybody, let's do a round table. Let's kind of dive into your aspect on leadership moving forward. We know what we talk about in our training program, but I want everybody to kind of share their thoughts in their mind, what's top of their mind in their areas. Who wants to take first? Go ahead. Archie, I think you're already on mute. Go ahead, please.
Sure. So leadership for me is always fundamental in that you have to look at it from the standpoint of how can I make everybody and everything I touch better? How can I change your experience but make you better? I give you an example, and I'm going to throw this out to the public as a free concept. All right. Today, I'll use the entertainment industry because that's one of our strengths. Today, kids are making music videos and they're also making dance moves and stuff and uploading them on YouTube and waiting for 1 million views just to make money. Right? And YouTube is making a buck of that money. Like a typical example, if a kid can use the blockchain technology and license his particular dance move, that everybody that uses it or views it pays him something. What will happen is, in less than 6 months, you would have created a full entrepreneur from that kid who is just 6 or 7 years old by using blockchain technology. And I guarantee you're hearing it here first. But in the next 6 months, you're going to hear it everywhere else. People are going to start talking about using blockchain technology on graphics, pictures that they're uploading to Facebook and different, and how they get paid from people using it. Or people getting it, or people reusing it somewhere else, or using their ideas. Because once you access it, it accounts for that 5 pennies that you looked at. Whether you use it or not, you're going to have to pay the 5 pennies. And the blockchain transaction will make sure it's so unique that it stays the same across the world. And that revenue is going to be generated. I'm just saying this here as a concept right now, but I'm telling you, in the next 6-7 months, you're going to hear about it on all of it. Everybody's going to start talking about it. How do I use blockchain as a unique identifier to generate revenue? And that's just a leadership step of looking into the future, but also creating young entrepreneurs that can take over what we've built. And I'll stop right there.
Mr. Benjamin Guy, you want to follow up, please?
All right. Pretty much we just leadership is just stepping up. Like I said, this generation for us is just a matter of, as we always have private conversation, it's just our time to actually lead. We've been codependent on our elders for a long time frame. We have to make the transition and legacy play of what we're doing. So as we said, this generation, we had to show what leadership actually looks like by doing the work and just being a part of examples of what a culture looks like to actually transform in front of everybody. So that's all leadership is right now at this specific time frame for me at this time frame.
Mr. Vonzel Sawyer?
Really quick, commitment to continuity builds emotional stability. If you want to lead, have a commitment to continuity, because those who follow you will see your emotional stability and be able to be led by you.
Excellent, excellent. So I want to lead us with this, and this is the question I put out to everybody. And please feel free to reach out to us, but I want to be clear. When you reach out to us, we are committed to moving our culture forward. We're committed to excellence and developing you to be the best you can be. So please, we're very serious about what we do. So be serious when you contact us. And I want to leave you with these questions. What products do we need to create? What services do we need to control? How do we master these products, services, manufacturing, controlling the supply chain, and for whom?
Awesome. Great questions. Great panel. You fellas gave a lot of information that I think many listening will take home and think through, especially those final questions. So I want to thank you, Thomas, for bringing this panel together of amazing men who are doing dynamic things in the community and giving us some tips and tools today and some things to think about. You mentioned if anybody reaches out to you, they need to come serious. So how can they reach out? What's your email address and website in order for them to contact you?
twilson@mvppartner.com, or they can call us on our business line, 919-816-6598. I'll repeat it again, twilson@mvppartner.com, or they can call us 919-816-6598.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Thomas. It's been a pleasure, fellas. We will see you all on the other side. Y'all have a great day.
Take care. Thank you, Kim.
Later. Thank you.
You're welcome. Awesome presentation. Awesome panel. I want to take this moment to once again, because we're here for a purpose, to highlight and promote the scholarship, to share with you the mission for Black Business Expo is to raise funds for students in high school so they can go to college. This is a fundraiser. We had Dr. Kelly himself answer some questions for us and share a little bit more about the scholarship fund. And we want you to take the time right now, just go to your phone. Everybody has Cash App these days, right? We are a digital, like the fellas were just talking about, we are a digitally driven community of people, ever so every day growing and doing more in the way of technology, using technology. So go to Cash App for those of you who have it on your phone, and right across the bottom here in the ticker, what's called the ticker, you'll see $. It should be coming up shortly. $BBX. There we go. Thank you. $BBX USA. So you can give at $BBX USA on Cash App. Then also another option is to go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. The goal is to raise money to give 10 laptops and up to $5,000 to students. Students can also register. Once again, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. I hope that all of the speakers, all of the moderators, everyone who's had an opportunity to share the platform with me and all of the others will go and pledge at least $1. We have some strong businessmen and women. Will go and pledge at least $1 to the Black Business Expo. Right now, let's thank our sponsors. Let's take a moment to thank Black Leaders Worldwide, Peony Properties LLC, First Atlantic, Step Management, Moody Capital Partners, National Black Mastermind Group, A New Way Home, North Carolina, the Sharon Campbell Solution Group, Kingdom Legacy Partnerships LLC, GAMS Unlimited LLC, Creative Force Studios, Black Business Expo USA. Every dollar counts. So once again, we remind you to donate to the scholarship. I gave my donation about an hour ago because I'm committed to helping these youth. And I want you to join me and share with someone else who is also all about the youth and wants to see them win, and who has said, I will give to an organization. I'm just looking. This is the perfect organization to support. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. 380-9090. I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Then you have to believe in it so hard because people put their shit and their insecurities on you.
Squad made the beat.
My name is Scott Galley, and I'm the CEO of Haystack Industries, and I am a genius.
Hey y'all, it's TSU The Buzz Radio with your host, I am Zaire, also known as DJ Roz, and I am Genius.
Our job is to find that genius level talent and then to apply it in a way that supports that genius level talent.
My name is Mariah Lee. I'm a musician and I am a genius.
I sing because I'm happy, and I sing because I'm free. His eye is on the spell.
My name is Justice. My genius is music. Genius is coming.
Doesn't mean you have to walk around planting unwanted seeds. Doesn't mean you have to walk around with all the guns.
My name is Mira Moffitt, and my genius is poetry. Genius is coming.
Hi, I'm Celeste Stein, an associate professor of mass communication. Although I have a lot of interests, my genius is actually nurturing and helping others to achieve their full potential. I currently teach at Tennessee State University, where genius is common.
I am
a genius.
My name is Gabriel Golden. I'm a student at Tennessee State University, and everyone has a genius in them. So I challenge you to find your genius.
All right, welcome back. We are excited about this whole entire day. That last panel was amazing. We've had great speakers, and now I am excited to introduce to you our next speaker. And I also want to share his bio. And so Cortez Springer is our next speaker. He is a digital marketing expert and content creator who specializes in video marketing for the purpose of expanding brand awareness and lead generation. He helps clients identify their target market, craft the messages that their audiences need to hear, and constantly get in front of them with the value-based content that serves the needs of their ideal client. So without further ado, I would love to bring up to the stage Mr. H. Cortez Springer.
Well, hello, Kimberly. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Hello, how are you today?
I am doing well, excited to be here with the Black Business Expo, and you're doing an excellent job as moderator. That last panel was indeed truly fire, so I'm excited. It's going to be a tough act to follow, though.
Well, I'm sure you'll do wonderfully. Thank you so much. I'm excited to have you. I just want to say genius is coming. I'm going to step out and I'll see you on the other side.
Awesome, awesome, awesome.
Awesome. All right. Well, You can go ahead and get started if you like. You can go ahead and get started, and I'm
Okay.
sure we'll get caught up.
All right. Well, again, I am so proud to be a part of the Black Business USA panel of awesome entrepreneurs, coaches, trainers, mentors, and content providers. And what I wanted to talk to you guys today about is developing your own media platform and why that is important and why that's necessary. So let me just give you an idea of how we're going to flow today. So obviously, I'm going to tell you a little bit about who I am. I'm also going to talk about why Black businesses are being left behind as it relates to leveraging media space. We're going to talk about the importance of creating your own platform that you own and control to get your messages out. We're going to also give you an omnipresent strategy, right? One of the things that Black businesses are missing is the ability to be in all places at the same time. And I'm going to show you how to do that with a simple strategy. And then we're going to talk about systems and how to bring it all together and make everything work. So really quickly, a little bit about me. I am fourth born of 6 children, raised by a single mom on welfare, struggled financially. And that's what actually led to my entrepreneurial journey. Here in St. Louis, Missouri, we have small Chinese restaurants. And those restaurants would serve boxes of fried rice. And I remember as a kid, it used to cost 90 cents for a box of fried rice. My mom had 3 boys and 3 girls, and she would get 2 boxes of fried rice. The 3 boys would split 1 box and the 3 girls would split another box. And guess what? Most of the time, mom didn't eat. So what that led me down the path to do is figure out, hey, if it's 90 cents, I can figure out a way to hustle up on 90 cents so I can feed myself and maybe mom could eat. So I started things like raking leaves, shoveling snow, cleaning basements and garages, pumping gas, all of those sorts of things to start figuring out how I can make my own money. And I can tell you there's nothing like the sense of pride and fulfillment that comes with being able to make your own money. And as me and my crew began to run around our neighborhood doing what we can to make a few dollars, we ran into an unfortunate set of circumstances where we didn't have any business owners that were willing to take us under their wing. And what ultimately happened is the other business community actually took us under their wing, and that was the local D-boys on the corner and the jackers and the robbers. And we literally fell into the street hustle life. But I know that now, looking back, all that was a perversion of entrepreneurship. And I figured that when I got myself together and realized that this is not the type of business I want to run, I literally started thinking about how can I create a business in a way that not only serves the purpose of building and creating income for myself, but also in a way that serves others. So I ultimately got into the financial education space where I started teaching people the power of entrepreneurship and how to leverage technology like social media, like the internet, like websites and that kind of thing to make money. And I built a massive brand for myself in that space. And as I began to learn and understand all the things that go with creating a dynamic online business, and I stumbled across video marketing, attraction marketing, that kind of thing. And that is where I put my flag in the ground. I really learned and developed, and I started to see other small businesses in our community who didn't have any of these things in place. And they just didn't understand that they were missing out on a tremendous opportunity to not only keep their doors open, but to also grow and scale their businesses. We know that during COVID, a lot of Black-owned businesses had to close their doors, and primarily because of the lack of focus or effort and energy put into marketing. So 3 things we have to understand as Black business owners. All businesses are relationship businesses, media businesses, and technology businesses. And I think it's a lack of this understanding that's causing a lot of our businesses to be left behind. A restaurant is not a food business, just like Tesla is not a car business. we have to understand where we are positioned in this day and time with the technology and the media in the way that it is. Tesla is a artificial intelligence company, just like a restaurant is a relationship, media, and technology company. So when you think about relationships and the ability for media to play a huge part in building those relationships for our Black businesses, you got to create relationships with your customers. Media is going to allow you to do that. You got to create the relationships with your strategic partners, or sometimes even attract strategic partners to what you have going on. Media is going to do that. You also want to build the relationship with your community, and having your own media platform allows you to do that. When you think about a media company, right, we have to understand how to leverage media to build these relationships. Again, when we look at when COVID started, and a lot of our businesses, because of a lack of a media presence, be it social media, be it traditional media, radio, TV, or even having their own websites positioned to be able to communicate with their customers, was a huge devastating blow that a lot of our Black businesses felt immediately, and it was a fatal blow for a lot of them. But the great Dr. Claude Anderson says, we need media overall as a Black community. We own less than 1% of all media, but from a business and entrepreneurial standpoint, we need media just the same, for the same reason that he says we need media. Because without media, you can't communicate. If you can't communicate, you can't organize. And when you can't organize, you cannot mobilize, right? So when you think about this whole media play and how it affects our businesses, when something like a pandemic happens, because we were not in position to communicate with our customers, our potential customers and our followers, we couldn't mobilize when we were forced to pivot, right? When the doors closed for the whole country, those companies who were media focused and had a strong online presence was able to communicate their pivot. And if you couldn't communicate your pivot, you couldn't organize your customers in a way that says, hey, we can no longer do business as usual, but this is how we're going to do business in the interim. And that cost us a lot of great Black businesses in our community. And of course, if you can't communicate and you can't organize, you definitely cannot mobilize. We saw a lot of companies pivot because of their social media presence. They were able to tell their customers, potential customers, that, hey, you guys can't come in the restaurant and sit down, but we have curbside pickup. You guys cannot come in and hang out the way that you used to, but we have a delivery service. And that creates an opportunity for you to continue to not only build relationships with your customers, but that also creates an opportunity for you to build relationship with your community and make a huge impact. So let's talk really quickly about why you want to have a communication or media platform that you own and control to help you in this area. Number one, social media and these mediums that we now have access to communicate, organize, and mobilize are practically free. It's arguable that you can do more damage with a social media campaign than you can do with a terrestrial radio campaign or a television campaign because of the intimacy, right? Number two, this is how you deepen your relationship with your audience, with your followers, with your customers, because you can constantly stay in front of them with new deals that you have going on, with special promotions. You can constantly alert them to the special things that you are doing in the community that will endear them to you. So you get to deepen that relationship when you have a media platform that you own and control. Position yourself and your company as an authority. I think this is another huge misstep for entrepreneurs who don't understand the power of leveraging media across all of these platforms to be the authority in your space, right? You want to create a brand that's synonymous with your industry. Very similar to the way we say, my baby needs Pampers, right? We don't say my baby needs disposable diapers, right? Pampers is a brand, right? So we say Pampers. Well, with the proper use and deployment of media, you literally get to create that type of authority in your space, and you can drill it home the same way that McDonald's doesn't necessarily need to have a commercial that tells you what's on the menu. We all know what's on the McDonald's menu, but they constantly stay in our face as a reminder that, yep, we're still here. We're still on every corner in your community. We need to have that kind of media. And today's technology has given us the ability to do that at such a low cost, right? Then it allows you to consistently grow your brand awareness. This is huge for attracting to you strategic partners. We have some of the most amazing entrepreneurs on the planet. Very few people, though, know exactly how amazing they are. Sometimes our amazing companies and our amazing brands don't elevate beyond the small community where their brick and mortar locations are established and housed, because they're not leveraging the power of media to grow from local to statewide to regional to national and ultimately global. Today's media gives you the ability to become a global company if you so choose. Next, lead generation, right? You can use these platforms to get new customers, to educate new prospects about who you are, what you do, how well you do it. Lead generation is another critical misstep when it comes to a lot of our entrepreneurs. They'll set up a store and they want the people to just drive by and just see that store and want to come in. No, you have to engage your potential prospects. And we're going to talk about that in a second. And then last but not least, media is what creates brand ambassadors, right? Every company wants to go from having a prospect to converting that prospect into an actual customer or a paying client, serve that customer or paying client so well to where they will literally become brand ambassadors, right? When you think about a brand ambassador, all you got to do is mention iPhone versus Android. You want to see people break out into a fisticuffs. You start talking bad about iPhone around some of Apple's brand ambassadors. Well, when you properly deploy media, it allows you to create those brand ambassadors, people who will share your message every opportunity that they get, people that will refer your products with the same passion and conviction that you talk about your products. When you properly deploy media in the way that we're going to talk about here in a second, you literally go from relatively unknown, or if you are known, you expand your reach, you expand your impact, you expand your customer base, and you deepen the relationships with all of those who are involved in your community and your growth, including your community. And that's what positions you to be able to scale and take your business to the next level. Now, here are some things that as entrepreneurs, you have to get crystal clear on if you're going to start deploying these media strategies. And I'm going to give you some specific strategies as we wind down. But the first thing you got to get crystal clear on is who you really serve, right? Who is your real customer? And when you deploy your media strategies, for me, it's podcasting, right? I believe that every Black-owned business should have either a blog or a podcast as part of their marketing strategy to call out constantly to exactly who they serve. For instance, I help small businesses deploy their content strategies that attract their ideal customers and clients to them so that they can make a bigger impact, increase their reach, and ultimately make more money. So all of my marketing, be it social media, be it my podcast, be it my website, speaks directly to who I serve. So you got to get crystal clear on who you serve so that you can understand some things about them, primarily the language that they speak, right? Most times we have messages that we send out to the world that we want to hear ourselves. But unless you're serving a customer or a client in your own specific demographic, you could have a message to market mismatch, right? If you're serving a younger demographic, I couldn't talk to them the same way I would talk to someone in my age group. So you got to get crystal clear on who you serve. The second thing you got to get crystal clear on is the problem that you really solve, right? It's important that in your marketing, in your communication, sometimes we get so transactional in wanting to make a sale or a conversion that we're not communicating our brand. And your brand, ladies and gentlemen, is your promise. You should have marketing materials every day going out that constantly calls out who you serve and your brand promise, right? What is it that you really do? What is the problem that you solve? And with social media, with these different platforms like a blog on your website or a podcast or your social media handles across different mediums, you should be doing this every single day, right? I have people ask me all the time, Cortez, what is too much marketing, right? McDonald's has over 1 billion served, and they still show you the same commercials 1 billion times every day. If we want to really penetrate a market, then we have to constantly come up with strategic ways to scream from the rooftops, right? Who it is that we serve, how we serve, and what is the problem that we really solve, right? Here's another thing that we got to get clear on. What is the pain that is being caused by said problem, right? So as a person who serves small businesses and helps them deploy content strategies, I know the pain that is caused by that, right? If you're not deploying these content strategies, you might be overpaying for radio and TV ads and getting no return on your investment. If you're not deploying the proper media strategies, you might be on the brink of closing your doors and shutting down the family business that has brought you so much pride over the years. If you're not ready to pivot and take advantage of these free platforms, see, if you understand the pain and in your marketing, you can communicate that pain. Always remember this: the person that can communicate the pain the best is by default assumed to have the best solution. So when I can talk to that pain that you're experiencing that my company solves, A, you assume I have the best solution. B, it makes me very relatable, because if I've experienced it and I've solved it for myself, then you will feel comfortable and confident that I can solve it for you. You got to get clear on the benefits of solving that problem, right? If I help a small business deploy these strategies in the right way where they're effective and they can 10x their bottom line, they can scale their businesses, then I can communicate what would it look like 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, you passing this business down to the next generation. See, the benefits of having the right media and marketing strategies is long-term sustainability in business. The benefits is generational wealth. The benefits is expansion. So whatever the benefit of solving the problem for your customers and clients is, you have to get very, very crafty, creative, and consistent about sharing those benefits regularly across all mediums, starting with the platform that you own and control. here's the most important one, right? And the gentleman before discussed this a little bit, and I want to hit it home as well. Why are you so passionate about solving this problem? One of the things that really successful businesses are good at is bringing people into their story, right? We know that Ray Kroc was traveling milkshake salesman when he ran across the McDonald's brothers and saw that they had a system that duplicated, and he said, man, we can put these all across the country, and he bought them out. We understand as why, right? Why do we know that story? Because he made sure that we know that story, because it pulls us into the brand. It creates the brand ambassadors. Do your customers, do your clients, do your potential customers know why you are so passionate about that particular thing? Why am I so passionate about helping small businesses deploy the proper media strategies? Because I know it's going to keep the doors open. I know that we will never create communities that we own and control without a solid business infrastructure, without a solid economic empowerment base. And when businesses are not marketing and deploying these strategies properly, they don't stick around long enough to scale to a place where they can hire 500, 1,000, 3,000, 10,000 people and bring jobs to our communities. So you got to understand that the why of what you're doing is what's going to bring people to you and create those brand ambassadors, right? So in your marketing messaging, in your deployment of these media platforms and these strategies, make sure you get crystal clear on your why and be proud to tell that story, right? It never gets old. Every opportunity you get, you should be getting people that know, like, and trust your brand, that do business with you or want to do business with you. You should be getting them to fall in love with you more and more every day. And you do that by communicating why you do what you do. That is critically important. And I don't think we tell our personal stories enough as entrepreneurs. That's also the way that you get your community behind you, right? You want to get a community galvanized behind you and your business to get the support that you need, then make sure you educate them on your story, your history, right? Some of our businesses have been around for a long time, but nobody knows the family history. Nobody knows that your business was the first Black-owned business on this street. That is important for followers, your customers, your clients, your community to know about you, right? Then you got to get crystal clear on where your potential customers hang out. Where are they congregating? Where is the conversation about the problem that you solve? Where is that conversation taking place so you can put yourself in the middle of that conversation as a solution? You got to get crystal clear on these things. And I know way too many Black-owned businesses who are not clear. They're not in understanding of how powerful it is when you think about the fact that we do not create traffic. We do not create the communities of people with the problems that we solve. They are already congregating somewhere. It's your job to figure them out. But you will never know that if you're not crystal clear on who you serve in the first place, right? Then you also got to communicate how you solve the problem, right? Remember, your brand is your promise. What is the promise you're making to your customers? What is the promise you're making to your potential customers? Marketing is your efforts of getting that promise in front of enough of the people who have that problem, right? Do you communicate often exactly how you solve that problem so that you can attract more and more customers to you, right? And then you also have to get crystal clear on how well you solve that problem, because when you can communicate how well you solve a problem, when you can quantify it, I've helped X amount of businesses do this. I helped this amount of customers do this. This is the results that I were able to get to this community of people. People will do business with you because of the amount of people that you've helped, because of your track record. But if you're not constantly communicating that, and one of the reasons we don't do that is because we have this issue in the Black community with pride versus humility, right? When I say that I personally helped over 300 families get on the right road to financial success, that's not me being prideful in a negative sense. That's me being proud of the impact that I've had in the lives of other people. That's not me bragging. And sometimes if you don't have the right community of people around you, you'll say how well you succeeded and how well you've done, and people will literally make you feel bad about the impact that you've had in other people's lives. Don't ever, 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 ever let somebody else superimpose their limitations on you. Don't ever let somebody make you feel bad about the impact that you're having. And guess what? When people are on the fence about hiring you, spending money with you, if they know that you have a successful track record, that could be the thing that puts them over the edge. But you and your humility don't want to communicate that often, frequent enough. It's a game changer. So get clear on these things, and you, my friend, can position yourself to use the strategy that I'm going to show you now on how to create this media that you own and control. Here's the key. Social media is fine. I love social media. Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, all of these platforms give you the ability to reach people. But one thing you better be clear on is you don't own or control that data. You don't own and control Facebook. Every year, Facebook changes its algorithms and affect thousands of businesses in a blink of an eye. So what I propose, every single entrepreneur, Black-owned business watching this on live or the replay or looking to grow and expand your business, you've got to create your own media outlet, one that you own and control. Then you leverage social media to get people from social media to the outlet that you own and control. So for me, I love creating videos. I'm a video marketer at heart. I don't mind being in front of a camera, speaking about what I know, sowing seeds into the lives of other people. But it doesn't have to be video. Remember, we communicate in 4 main ways. We communicate via video, we communicate via audio, we communicate via pictures, and we communicate via the spoken word or the written word. So understand this. When I say a platform that you own that's going to disseminate the messages that you want to get out there, then you could own your own blog. It's basically article writing. Think about you owning your own blog as you owning your own newspaper. You get to curate the message that you want to go out, not only about your company, but about your industry, about your competitors, about your strategic partners, about what you're doing in the community. That's why if you go to the most successful businesses' websites, you will see that they all have a blog attached, right? The other thing that a blog does, it creates that visibility so that when somebody goes and Googles your company, and your company has a blog with 50 articles that they've compiled over the last couple of years, those articles start showing up when somebody is Googling your company, right? If you don't like the written word, then a podcast might be the fit for you. You can create your own podcast for free in a lot of cases and create a platform where you become the authority in your space. You interview the top leaders in your industry. You interview your customers and get their feedback. You take people on the trade shows that you go to as you're learning and you're growing. You give people the behind the scenes story of why you do what you do. And you create those brand ambassadors, right? Even if you're new, a podcast, a blog, these platforms that you own and control can let you borrow the credibility of other successful individuals, right? It gives you the ability to bring something to offer when you ask someone for a favor. Hey, would you mind being on my podcast? We're talking about how your industry affects my industry, and I would love to have you on as an industry expert. Now you're actually leveraging that person's credibility. And when they see you constantly sitting next to the top producers in your industry, the top go-getters, the top business owners, the top CEOs, the top CMOs, they will by default associate you with their success. So that's another way that you can bring people into your world. So I use blogging and I use my podcast. I actually embed my podcast into my own website blog. And when I share on social media, I share my blog for people to go learn about what it is that I'm bringing to the table, the top industry entrepreneurs that I'm interviewing regularly on my podcast. And it's bringing people to me because I've clearly identified who I serve, what problem that I'm solving, what is the pain that is associated with that problem, what benefits people get when that problem is solved, why I do what I do, and I can do this on a regular basis through a podcast. So lastly, let's talk about how you create omnipresence, right? Because you know that in certain industries, certain companies, it just seems like everywhere you turn, you see them. You see them if you on Facebook, you see their ads. If you turn on the TV, you see their commercials. If you drive down the street, you see their billboards. Well, you have the ability to create this omnipresence in a very similar fashion. But it starts with you establishing your platform for what we call pillar content. Other words, this is long form, valuable, insightful content where you're going to bring value that it doesn't cost your listeners, your viewers, your readers, anything. So for me, it's a podcast. Today, I did a show on 10 ways that exercise can help you become a better entrepreneur, right? Because my podcast is all about entrepreneurship. So I'm bringing to me entrepreneurs. Why would I want to gather entrepreneurs around me? Because I have business solutions that can help entrepreneurs, right? So I took that podcast is 1 hour in length. That's called your pillar content. Now, this could be a podcast. This could be a blog. This could be a keynote speech if you're speaking in your local community. This could be a webinar. This could be a recorded workshop, live or virtual. It's a pillar piece, long form, in-depth piece of content, right? That's number one. It starts with creating that platform, and you can set these platforms up, like I said, for pretty much nothing to get started. Once you have your pillar content, so I have the blog for today. I did 10 ways that exercise can help you become an entrepreneur or a better entrepreneur. Now that I have a pillar piece of content, I'm going to share that out to the world, right? But how many of you guys know that everybody's not going to sit and watch a 1 hour podcast, right? So this is where your omnipresent strategy comes in. Now that I've created that 1 hour podcast, I'm going to have my team go in and cut out every one of those 10 ways and make them their own, what we call micro content. So I went from 1 hour long, 10 ways all together. Then I cut it into 10 different pieces. Hey, here's the first way exercise helps. The second way. So now I'm creating short 2 to 5 minute clips with one piece of that information, right? And now I put those singular, smaller sound bites across all different platforms, audio clips, video clips for YouTube, 1-minute clips for Instagram, shorter clips for Facebook. I'm creating the content in the proper context of all of these platforms. So now I'm serving my community with the information that they need to gain value, while at the same time increasing my brand awareness, increasing my reach, increasing my impact, increasing my lead generation, right? And then the last step is I repurpose. So I started with a piece of pillar content, 1 hour long podcast. This could be a solid 2,500 word blog post with graphs and information that really helps your core audience solve some problem in their life, right? This could be a keynote speech that you recorded and you got the whole keynote speech up on YouTube, you got the whole thing up on Facebook, but then you cut it up into pieces, right? And now you create micro content from that. Then you go a step further and you repurpose, right? So now I have the entire 1 hour podcast transcribed and turned into an article, and I submit it to different article platforms, right? Then I take from the repurposing of the transcript, I look at those 10 different strategies, and I might create a PowerPoint slide presentation, and I upload those to the various slide social media PowerPoint slide platforms, right? This is how you create omnipresence. So if I took that one podcast, which lives in its totality, the whole thing, then I took it and cut it into 10 different pieces, and I put them together, and they're all linked back to me. Then I took the article and I broke it down, and I created different articles from that whole situation, and they're on various platforms, right? And then I take, after I look at the transcript, there's certain quotes that I mentioned in and throughout, and I cut out those quotes and I create quote cards for Instagram and Facebook, where it might just be my picture and the quote and a link to my website. So now when somebody is going to look for how exercise helps entrepreneurs, I've just created 30 pieces of content that all links back to me, that has a greater chance of being found when people are looking for. And how do I know what people are looking for? Because I did my research before I started. It says, hey, what are success habits of entrepreneurs? One of those success habits is regular exercise, right? So last but not least, and we can bring Kimberly back up to close us out. None of this makes sense, or none of this converts into customers, clients, or leads and sales if you don't have systems in place. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I know we've got some great speakers who are really going to help you understand how to put your systems in place. But one of the things that we are not embracing in the Black community of entrepreneurship is sales funnels and automation. See, all of those pieces of content are going to lead back to a central place. And that central place is going to give away something for free to help entrepreneurs become better entrepreneurs. And that central place is going to collect their name and their email address to get a free resource to help them go to the next level. And from collecting that name and that email address, now I have a list that I own and control, and I have the ability to foster and create a long-term relationship based on my ability to serve and provide value. And you do that on automation. Guys, if you are not collecting emails, you are not building a business. If you're not building a customer database, you're not building a business. Here's what I mean, and I'll wrap this thing up. 10, 11 years ago, Facebook bought a company called Instagram. We all know that with the money that Facebook has, the developers that's already in Facebook, they could have easily gone out and built an Instagram platform in a weekend. So why would they spend over $1 billion for this platform they could have easily gone out to build? Because Instagram had hundreds of millions of users. They didn't buy Instagram. They bought Instagram's list. They bought Instagram's customer database. One of the most valuable assets that you have in business is your customer database. Are you building it? Are you collecting names and email addresses and phone numbers? Are you collecting physical addresses? Are you keeping that organized in a way that you can systematically communicate with your customers and followers, your prospects, your long-term customer ambassadors in a way that you can keep deepening the relationship, keep showering them with value. So whenever they think about spending a dime in your vertical, you're the first name that comes to mind. So hopefully you guys got value out of this quick training on how to leverage content strategies to take your business and your brand to the next level. And I had fun sharing this with you. Again, super proud to be part of the Black Business Expo USA. So Kimberly, you can take it away.
All right. What an amazing presentation. Great presentation. Please tell us, how do we stay connected with you? Website, social media, email address, please share.
Absolutely. The first thing I would do for anybody who really wants to understand digital marketing in this way, I'm going to give you an opportunity to join me in my mastermind group for just $1. So if you go to monetizemylifeacademy.com, you'll see where you can join our mastermind group for $1 for the first month. This is all we teach. This is all we talk about. It is the premier digital marketing mastermind for small businesses to grow your online business presence, which positions you to scale and continue to grow. If you want to reach me via email, it's hcortez@thorntononlinemarketing.com. hcortez@thorntononlinemarketing.com.
Awesome. You hit some powerful points, some things that I saw in the audience, lots of comments where people were saying, great presentation, very informative information. This is so very helpful. So what somebody else said, you're doing an amazing job explaining this, and they can't wait to talk to you, and that you have a genius approach. So I agree with a lot of the things, everything you were saying. Media is necessary, and getting your media and marketing strategy correct changes the game. What was it, just really quickly, as we got a few more minutes, and I would love to dive into your head just a little bit more. What was it that fueled you to go down this path and become so driven to help entrepreneurs in this capacity?
Well, Kimberly, I actually started as an introvert in one of the most difficult industries of entrepreneurship there is, and that's direct sales. And if you know anything about direct sales and introvert don't go together. Right? You got to talk to people when you're in the direct sales. But what I realized is that while I was very shy and reserved, and I'm the type of person, if you put me in a room full of people, I'm okay with having a conversation, but I'm equally okay not. And I would probably prefer not, and just put me in a corner somewhere and just let me listen and soak up the environment. But what I realized is that I had a natural comfort level in front of video and camera. So what I did was I started recording what I would want to say and how I wanted to educate people in my industry. And I would post those video recordings. So I'm talking to people, but I'm not talking to people. Right. And that allowed me to see the power of not going one-on-one, but going one-to-many. And then those things will start getting shared. So I started diving in on how to do that more efficiently and effectively. And that became my strategy. And I went from quiet. I still don't talk to people in the street now today about what I do, but I went from quiet, reserved, failing in that industry for 15 straight years to one of the top producers in my company and in the industry as a whole, because I learned the online marketing and messaging strategy of using video, pillar content, breaking it down into smaller content. And just really, to this day, people say, man, every time I turn on something, I see you, right? And that's the whole point. And that's what all of these other companies have learned to master, is how to get in front of people and stay in front of people all the time, but do it in a way that you don't create burnout.
Absolutely. A question that just came in: what one word can you give a person that will help them reset their growth plan for their business?
One word, and I use this quite often, is consistency. See, what we tend to do in this space, this is one of those spaces, Kimberly, where things don't catch fire immediately, right? I went 6 months of posting daily content, educating, sharing my thoughts, sharing my story, explaining the problem that people are having and how I could solve it. 6 straight months of crickets. But I had learned enough about the industry to realize that it takes a little while for people to catch up to what's going on. And I want everybody to really understand this, especially when it comes to this space: seed time harvest. I spent 6 months of sowing seeds, right? And then it took time for those seeds to literally die, because when a seed goes in the ground, it actually dies first, and then new life springs forth from it. So I spent 6 months sowing seeds with no results. Then that time allowed those seeds to break down and germinate and started to grow. And then I started to see a harvest from my efforts. So a lot of times we just don't give things enough time to get measurable results so that we can make the necessary adjustments to make it even more effective.
Absolutely. I love that. And you had to nurture it, fertilize, water it, and all of that for it to produce that harvest. So consistency is the word of the day.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you once again, Mr. Cortez Springer, H. Cortez Springer. I will see you soon, and definitely Genius is coming. We'll see you on the other side.
And real quick, before I go, Kimberly, I want to say publicly that I am going to make a $50 pledge today, and I'm going to make at least a $50 pledge every month for the next 6 months. And if anybody's seeing any of these presentations, make a pledge of at least $50 or more. All they have to do is email me their confirmation, and I'm going to provide them with a free vacation voucher to one of 12 different destinations. We got to get this goal met, and we got to help these babies not only get to school, but also thrive and do well while they're in school with the proper tools and resources.
Absolutely. So we have heard it here. Mr. H. Cortez Springer is making a $50 donation and challenging others to do the same, but he followed that with the word that he said a moment ago: consistency. He's going to consistently do that for the next 6 months. So who's going to join him? I'm going to join him with my pledge. And I'm going to do that over a few months. I'm going to figure out how long, and I love it. I think more of us entrepreneurs, to your point, can do the same thing to pour into this organization. So thank you. We definitely had time to hear that.
Awesome. All right.
All right. See you on the other side.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. You guys.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Genius is Common. Hello everybody, my name is Lil Asmar. I'm 13 years old. I'm a kid prodigy, bass guitar player. I've been in 7 different magazines. I've been on Ellen DeGeneres, Steve Harvey, Little Big Shot Show twice, Harry Connick Jr. Show twice, Wonderama, played with so many celebrities, on the road with Uncle Bootsy Collins, played with Nate Watts and Stevie Wonder's band, been on so many big TV shows, and this is what I can do. Genius is common.
All right. Well, we are back, and I have enjoyed my time serving you as your moderator from 8 to 12 today. And I want to welcome our next moderator, Sheila Wilson. All right. Awesome. Good morning, Sheila. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. Maybe I should say good afternoon.
Yeah, technically it's afternoon. Can you tell us your business name and what you do?
Well, I have a few of them, but we'll just talk about the one today, and that's Warm Lyrics Cafe, where we do entertainment. It is an experience in entertainment, and what I try to do is to get local artists who will come, and I've been very successful about that to the point that I really don't have to go looking for anyone. They look for me. And what we do is showcase. We give them a platform to build from. And we have people coming from all over that attend these events. And so it is Warm Lyrics Cafe, where we have entertainment as an experience.
I love it. How awesome. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm going to go ahead and let you all know that Genius is Common. It's been a pleasure to serve you. I'll see you on the other side.
See you on the other side. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kimberly. She did a great job, and her guest, Mr. Cortez, was awesome. Seed Time and Harvest, and an awesome pledge for $50 for the next 6 months. Who will join him? So make sure you go back and check that out. What an awesome interview that she had there during that time. I am Sheila Council Wilson, and I'm excited about what's going on today. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations, we all welcome you to the Black Business Network. Again, I am Sheila Council Wilson. I will be your business moderator for today on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders across the world. So it's just not in this backyard, but across the world. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, from Singapore, from Japan, and from all cities in the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing their business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. And that's what we've been doing. And we got an exciting guest that's going to be coming up that I'm happy to meet for my first time. But I can't wait to hear what he has to say. Today's guest, I want you to know his name is Donald Thompson, and leveraging the diversity movement. He's the CEO at Walk West. And I know he's been standing by listening through our commercials, and we're just excited to get ready to bring him up. I want to tell you a little bit about him. As I said, Donald is the CEO of the diversity movement, a result-oriented, data-driven strategic firm focused on organization worldwide diversity, equality, and inclusion consultant. He has his hands full. In addition, he serves on the board for Walk West, Venet Medical Group, Raleigh Chamber, Town Bank here in Raleigh, and other several organizations in the fields of technology, marketing, sports, and entertainment. He is a mentor for Black Founders Google Entrepreneurs Exchange. Donna is also a weekly contributor to WRAL Tech Wire and has written for multiple publications, including, but not limited to, the Entrepreneur and cnbc.com as well, and has published his own ebook on decision making and diversity in the workplace. I present to you Donald Thompson, our next speaker at this time. Donald, welcome.
Thanks for having me. Can you hear me clearly? Is everything good?
There we are. How are you? Thank you so much for being here. I'm excited that you're here. Thank you for what you've already done. And I know that you are going to inspire and move and motivate our listeners and people who are watching today, because that's how we get to the next level.
I'm very, very glad to be here and honored to be a guest. Have some fun things to share, and we're going to grow Black business together, and I'm excited about it.
Absolutely. Well, I tell you what, I will see you, as we say, on the other side. And just remember, genius is coming. I'll see you on the other side.
Genius is coming. So thank you all for having me. I'm really excited to be here. Once again, my name is Donald Thompson from Raleigh, North Carolina, and been running business for going on 30 years now. And so I have a lot of things that I share with entrepreneurs and emerging business leaders. And quite frankly, it's from a lot of the mistakes that I've made, right? A lot of people are experts and have a lot of ideas, and I have a few, but a lot of those ideas are born out of the pain of progress, right? Things that you learn through experience. And one of the things that creates wisdom in entrepreneurship and in life is when you have the opportunity to learn from the experience of others. And so that's really what I want to talk about today. And so I'm going to do a little bit on my background, not so much because it's about me, but I want to answer a really fundamental question, right? Before you listen to anyone, is who am I and why should you listen to me? And so my background is the son of a football coach. I played team sports growing up, but I also moved around a lot throughout the country. So I lived in Louisiana, I lived in Connecticut and Kentucky, in North Carolina and Pittsburgh. And so I got a chance to have a lot of different experiences growing up. But one of the things that was really important is I started to learn the differences between us separate, but we don't focus enough on the things that bring us together. And a lot of times we are all daunted with something that's new and unknown. And one of the things that I figured out early in my career is that people are attracted to success. When we're talking about race, when we're talking about sexual orientation, we're talking about diversity, equity, inclusion, let's talk about things from a business standpoint as we strive to achieve and grow Black business. What are the things that we can do to promote, amplify, and encourage that continued success? Because more than anything in our society, people are attracted to that. The challenge, however, is that most of the time as African Americans, and we equate success to film, music, sports. But we don't hold up as high esteem those of us that are making moves, making changes, making growth, creating momentum in the business field. And our young people are looking for the next set of heroes that they want to emulate. And we need to make sure that we lift up that person that runs a plumbing business as much as we have somebody that is invested and succeeded in a multi-billion-dollar tech business. Because entrepreneurial success is not necessarily measured in every dollar. It is measured in the impact you have on your life, on the life of others, on your family. So with that as the backdrop, one of the things that I want to talk about today, and the reason that I wanted to spend time here, is how do you take your business from $0 to $1 million? I've been very, very fortunate. I've been very blessed. I've worked hard, but I've had a lot of great opportunities to where I've started businesses very small, and I've seen that transition from an idea to that first customer, that first employee that you hire, to now growing a business that can be $1 million business. And why is that first $1 million really, really important? Because 70% of businesses fail in the first 10 years, 20% in the first 1 or 2 years, 30% after that. The track record of business and business growth, unfortunately, is challenging. If it was easy, everybody would do it. And so one of the things that we do in business, and I remember this very clearly, I was sitting in a coffee shop, I was talking to a CEO of a $1 billion business that was acquiring one of my companies. And I asked him, and I said, what should I work on as an entrepreneur? You're buying my tech company, you're going to hire me on in the new business, pay me a lot of money, all this good stuff. What do I need to work on as you've gotten to know me? And his name is Kishore Patel. And he shook his head and he paused for a moment. And he said clearly, he said, Donald, the only thing I would encourage you to do is to dream bigger. If you had a bigger dream for your business, we wouldn't be able to afford to acquire it. And it took me aback, right? Because I saw myself as a big dreamer. I want big goals. I'm willing to work for them. I'm willing to study. I'm willing to be mentored. But there's always another level that you can think, dream, and do for you and your family. And that was the lesson that taught me. And so whether you run a cleaners, whether you run a barbershop, whether you run a tailor shop, whether you run a technology, a marketing firm, this applies to all of us. We need to think bigger about what can be accomplished with us and our team so that we don't leave any opportunity on the table because we allowed someone else to create the narrative of what we could do. And so when I talk to emerging entrepreneurs that are starting a business, whether it's a high-tech business, a marketing business, whatever, I talk about 0 to $1 million because that's the learning space for you to create a business that can scale beyond your wildest dreams. So let me give you a couple of examples of how to do that. Number one, people want to be in business with experts. So when I talk about the fact that I've run a multi-million-dollar marketing firm, that I've just transitioned away from being the CEO as of June the 1st, and that marketing firm was in Inc. 5000 magazine as one of the fastest growing marketing firms in 2018, 19, and 20, your ears perk up and now you're willing to listen to me in marketing. It doesn't mean you listen to me about your religious walk. It doesn't mean that I'm an expert in personal finance. It doesn't mean I'm an expert in health and wellness or anything else. But in marketing, because you see a track record, you now are more willing to listen to me about marketing. If I talk to you about a diversity, equity, inclusion business that I've started a couple of years ago called the Diversity Movement, and we grew from 0 to a multi-million-dollar business in under 2 years, you then will listen to me about how to start and grow and build a brand, how to build a team of 0 to 20 folks in the first couple of years, and how to build diversity, equity, inclusion in companies, because you can see a tangible track record. And so what does it matter to you what I've done? Not so much, except for this. And this is the important point. What areas in your business, in your life, do you have expert status? And that expert status can be how you grew your business from 0 customers to 10. It can be expert status in how you motivate and grow. Let's say you're a business consultant, but you're a business coach. But the number one thing that people are looking for are referrals and case studies. Third-party validation is a part of everything that we do in our lives. Think about making a decision as simple as going to a new town and where you want to go and dine at a restaurant. Well, typically you might ask somebody at the hotel that you're staying, somebody at the business that you're going to meet with, what are some of the cool restaurants in town? And that person's going to give you advice based on what? Their experience. They'll ask you things like how much you want to spend. What kind of food do you like? Do you like live music with your meal? Do you want a quiet, private place to eat? But at the end of the day, that third-party recommendation is going to be critical. So in that journey from 0 to $1 million, you want to make sure that when you serve a customer well, that's not the end of the transaction or the relationship. Not only do you serve that customer well, do you send out your client surveys? Do you ask your clients for testimonials? Do you ask your clients for referrals? Do you ask your clients permission to put their story and their success with your business on your website? The key is you're extending that point of success, that service or product that you deliver to that client that they were happy with, that allows that to become a part of your low-cost marketing engine to create expert status for you and your business. A second thing that I encourage people to do when they're thinking about their entrepreneurial journey is what is your personal brand presence? How do people know of you? How do people find you? Do you have a personal website? It doesn't have to be complicated. It doesn't have to be expensive to build. Do you have a way that online people can find out about you, learn about who you are, and most importantly, why they should trust you with their business? Most of the times today, people can do their digital research on you. So if you go on LinkedIn or you go online and you Google Donald Thompson, you'll find articles that I've written. You find speaking engagements, podcasts. But you have the opportunity to do your research before you make a decision on whether or not you're going to do business with me. So the key for you as an entrepreneur is you want to make sure that the research people do about you is what you want them to know. And in order for you to control the narrative of your own story, you've got to put out content that elevates you from someone that's in business to someone that is a thought leader in an industry. Because people want to do business with experts. People want to do business with people with a powerful track record. People want to do business with people that have an authentic, honest, powerful brand. These things do not cost a lot of money. You may be in a position to where I can't afford a fancy website. LinkedIn is free. Facebook for Business is inexpensive. There's many different ways for you to promote the narrative, the story that you want to tell. But the key is developing that consistency to be able to do it. The key is not giving other people the opportunity to tell your story without you having the input of how you tell that story. The next thing that I would share is on that journey from 0 to $1 million is that everybody sells. It doesn't matter what kind of business that you're in, is you have to be the top salesperson in your organization. Now, somebody may step back and say, I'm not good at selling. I'm not a salesperson. I think about sales and marketing like this. I'm in the education business. I'm not trying to convince you to buy my product or service or do business with my company versus someone else. That's a typical game that most people play. I'm better than my competitor. And that's fine, and people do that. What I try to do with clients, with people that I want to come on board our team, is I want to explain to people why it is in their best interest, why we can help them achieve the goals that they have because they do business with us. So for example, if I'm in business, and I'll use a very personal example, and it's a funny one. So I've got this new car, and I've had a couple of years, and it's a nice car. It's an Acura, and I like the car. But I don't know if I hit a bird. I don't know what happened, but there's just this tint of odor in this car. And, I put down the windows, drive, keep it moving, right? It wasn't so bad, but it got to the point where my wife was like, yeah, I'll drive, right? She was like, I'm not getting in that car. Right. And I was like, okay, this is a problem, right? I need to be able to drive my car. My wife needs to be able to go places with me in the car. And it was a challenge. And so I go online and I'm looking at detail organizations, detail of cars, and some that do it remote and different things. And I'll get to the point of the story pretty quickly. But I found a gentleman named Daniel. And the name of his business is The Perfect Finish. And it's a automotive detail shop. And Daniel said, well, I'm not sure what's wrong, but we'll do a quick diagnostic. We'll have our team look through it. But Daniel talked to me about all of the different things, some oxidation process, the way that we were going to steam clean the rugs in the car, the way that they were going to clean the engine, the way they were going to bring my car back to my home when they finished with it. How many successful customers he had. He showed me a brochure of like 50 happy clients. And he said, I'd be honored and humbled if you'd give me the opportunity to show you how I can take care of your vehicle, not only get that smell out, but get things shining and ready to go again. And Daniel and his team did a perfect job. So much so. And then Daniel asked me this powerful question at the end. He said, Mr. Thompson, he said, did we do a good job? And I said, you did a great job. He said, good, because I don't like to take money from my clients unless they're ecstatic about what I've done. He said, can I ask a favor of you? I was like, sure. He said, would you be willing to put a Google review about my company? I was like, yeah, I'm ecstatic. I love what I'm doing. And he gave me the URL to make it easy for me to put an online review. And then he said, one more thing, Mr. Thompson, would you be willing to tell your friends about what we do and how we treat you? And I said, absolutely, I'll do it. The reason that I was impressed with Daniel and his business, and the reason he's been in business 7 years, the reason that he's going on his journey from 0 to 1 million is because not only did he provide me a powerful service, but he understood that the key to growing his business was using me as a paid for. I paid him money. He delivered me a service. And now I'm telling the world about how happy I am about that service. And because he understood that process, he asked me very simple things to do to help him generate referrals, recurring business, to grow his brand. And then now I'm also going to be a repeat customer and send my wife. This talk is not about a car detail or a marketing firm or a diversity, equity, inclusion business or a real estate business. But it's about principles that'll take you from 0 to your first $1 million in business that are simple, that you can start working on tomorrow, that can be done within any reasonable budget, which is making sure that you deliver a powerful service, but you don't leave that transaction there. You follow up and follow through to make sure that people are helping you win the whisper campaign. And that whisper is who's talking about you when you're not there, so that that phone rings or you get that email or somebody hits that website. When you're building the brand for you as a leader of your company, when you're building the brand for you in terms of your website, your corporate brand, one of the things that people forget, quite frankly, is it's not getting people to come to your website. It's getting people to stay there. It's getting people to have a journey through your website and actually convert into buying something. And that means that the content you have has to be interesting, compelling. It has to be something that is educational, it's fun, but also is something that people can get through pretty quickly. One of the things that we're finding in the digital space right now is the long form content is good, but micro content, which one of our other speakers talked about briefly, is really where the rubber is now meeting the road, because people are so busy. They're inundated with so many ideas and constructs that you have to figure out how to cut through the noise. And so the couple of things that you do to cut through the noises, and I know this sounds wild as a business person and entrepreneur, what do you give away for free that allows people to experience your service and have confidence and trust that you're the one they should work with? It may be a free podcast with expertise on what you do. It may be a blog article, maybe an interview you've done. It may be a free ebook that you've developed. It may be a 2 to 3 minute video. It doesn't have to be over the top, wildly expensive. It just has to be something where people can get a feel for who you are, what you do, and why they'll develop value from using you versus someone else. And then once you deliver that value, people will share your name, they'll share what you do, and they'll share how they can get in touch with you. The next thing that I'll share is we think about growing business and we think about that journey as entrepreneurs. And this is really, really important for me personally. And I've been very blessed with having powerful, powerful business mentors. And what I've found as I give back, as I've met with some bits of success in my career, is I usually say yes to virtual cups of coffee, or now that we're all getting vaccinated, or people that want to are getting vaccinated, I'm vaccinated, and being able to do coffees and face-to-face meetings again. I'm always open to sitting down and sharing a 20, 25-minute conversation with an emerging entrepreneur. Because I know that early on in my businesses, when I had questions, when I couldn't afford a $400, $500 an hour consultant or lawyer for the right legal advice, that people that were willing to sit with me and talk with me and answer my questions was critically important to my growth as an entrepreneur. And what I found is the most successful people are willing to give back. So here's a phrase that I would like you all to remember on your journey from $0 to $1 million in your business. Is your network is your net worth. What you want to do differently is most people know a lot of people, but most people don't activate the people that they know for knowledge, mentorship, referrals. One of the things I've gotten very intentional about is leveraging my network for knowledge, mentorship, and referrals. And networking is a two-way street. And what that means is when I'm talking with somebody that's sharing knowledge with me, I pick up the cup of coffee. I pick up the lunch. And at the end of that time that we have together, I ask them very sincerely, is there something that I can do for you? To have a true networking relationship, the relationship has to be a win for both parties. And I'm always impressed when somebody offers to buy me a cup of coffee, or I sit with them and I share some knowledge on marketing, on business, on DEI, on entrepreneurship. I've done a lot of things, had a long career in technology sales. And so people will ask me things over time. But I'm always impressed and pleased and also a little surprised when someone says, Don, thank you for that 20 minutes. Thank you for your advice. Thank you for your counsel. Is there something I can do for you? And oftentimes the answer is, no, I'm good. I just enjoyed spending time with you, but thank you for that. And if I think of something, I absolutely will let you know. So your network is your net worth, but the way you cultivate and activate a powerful network is you become a connector. You start introducing people to others that can do business. You start being that go-to person in your circle that connects other people and helps their networks and business grow. And those seeds will come back to you. That network growth will then be there when you need it. I was talking to a business owner in South Carolina, a multi-million-dollar business. And they wanted to diversify their company. So they wanted to have more people of color in their business. And I said, you might not be able to start tomorrow with the makeup or demographics of your company, but what are services that you need? And he said, well, I'm looking for a new lawyer. I said, okay. And I recommended several lawyers of color that he could talk to. He said, I'm looking for a guest speaker to come in to talk about leadership with my team. And I said, well, let me give you a couple of recommendations. And so by creating that network connectivity and being helpful to the folks in my network, I got a call the other day, 6-figure opportunity from somebody that I had a cup of coffee with a year ago, offered some advice, offered some help, and they recommended an opportunity that will be significant for one of the companies I'm working on. But that was a year ago that I had that cup of coffee, that I helped this individual overcome something they need to, just with some advice, some support, some friendship. And so when you think about how do you grow, a lot of people think more marketing, and that makes sense. More ads, TV ads, all of that makes sense. Better website, yup. But one of the things to remember is your network is your net worth, and use your network for knowledge, mentorship, and referrals. As I close, I'll share a couple of thoughts that have helped me as an entrepreneur and a business stakeholder. And I'll share actually a book that I'm reading right now. And this book is for businesses of all sizes. It's a book called Traction. It's not my book, but it's a powerful book. And the book Traction talks about how to set goals for you and your organization and communicate those goals so that everyone on your team within your company is on the same page. And that's whether you have a company of 1, company of 2, a company of 200. Unity, harmony, walking in lockstep together is very, very critical for what you're trying to do when you're trying to build and grow and sustain a team. And so the final thought that I'll share with you, and I have in my background, and I am a competitive learner. And so let me share with you some of the things that I think all entrepreneurs need to be as competitive learners. Number one, I read a lot. and I would say 45 minutes to an hour a day I read, because I'm always wanting my mind learning and growing. It's not just what I know today that's helped me be successful. It is all the books I've read. It's the people I've associated with. And it's the fact that I've learned how to learn, right? And that's very, very important as you grow your business, because you always want to be open to new ideas, new insights, new ways of thinking, new ways of growing and scaling. So that's number one. The second component of being a competitive learner is you should have strong opinions about how you think and feel, but not being stubborn so that you miss new ideas from other people. You need to create a little bit of openness to let those new ideas gel with what you're doing and thinking. Because a lot of times when I talk to people and we're solving a problem in business or we're working through a tough negotiation, most people make things about winning and losing, right? I won that negotiation. I got a better job offer because I negotiated harder. And that's fine. Or you can figure out how a third option that you and that other partner didn't even think of before, but you came up with together to where everyone's better off. That innovation was there. That innovation lived within the dynamic of your conversation because you were open-minded about new possibilities. The final thing in terms of that I will share about being a competitive learner in this talk and this business expo that you're here, I think simplicity matters. You're not going to gel with every single thing that I say in this 20-minute talk or any of the other speakers. But what are the one or two things that you agree with that you can take away and take action tomorrow? So your speed from learning to action to results is one of the critical elements of being a competitive learner. That ability to learn something new, apply it quickly, see results, learn from that experience, apply that learning, review the results, and keep that flywheel going. And that's what makes you unstoppable in what you're doing. Because if you're learning a little bit every day, if you're getting better a little bit every day, then over a period of years, over a period of 5 years, over a period of 10 years, or a period of decades, right? You can learn how to be competent, then excellent, then an expert, right, in anything that you choose. And it goes back to the opening point of this discussion, is people want to be in business with experts. Last thought, and then we'll answer a few questions. And again, I've enjoyed my time with you and speaking with you, and so excited about bringing these voices together, right, to be able to create this learning machine right here via the internet and Facebook and all this is super cool. And I'm going to get back to how we dream and how we set our goals. Blank sheet of paper. 3 things. What do you want? When do you want to achieve it? Who can help you get it? What do you want? When do you want? Who can help you achieve it? And when you write those things down and focus on those things, it will teach you what to say no to, because we have so many distractions, what to listen to, what to watch, what to read, what to do in our lives as we achieve our goals and chase that success in business. But what I've found, and certainly there's classes, I'll sell you something. You can come to my leadership, you can pay me $400 an hour as a consultant, or take this one sheet of paper and write down what you want, when you want it, and the list of people in your network that can help you get what you want. And that foundational starting point is going to give you a launch path to take your business from $0 to $1 million. You can do it. I'm proud of you all for listening and being with us. And if I can be of help, give me that opportunity to do it. And I'm going to turn it over. I think Sheila's going to come back with us. All right, Dr. Kelly, how you doing, sir?
I wanted to come up and tell you personally, thank you so very much, man. the nuggets that you gave today were just really awesome. I hope people really sit back and really, sometimes people don't listen. They have in their mind, I did a quote one time. I said, people don't hear what you're saying because they're listening to what they're thinking.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're listening to what they are thinking. And what you brought to the table today, man, was awesome. We are just so happy to have you here. Of course, you see, I came back, so and you talked about the cup of coffee, take a moment with somebody. This is my take a moment with you and talk to you. And you asked that one question. You said, "What do you want?" And I wrote it down. And I'll tell you what I really want. I want you to consider mentoring me.
Mm.
Nah, that's what I want. I want you to consider mentoring me because I'm building a network and I need to build a bigger network. And it's hard, when the pandemic hit, it's kind of hard to get out. I'm not going to get out until next year. I already told my people that we're going to do our expo at the PNC Arena next year. We're going bigger. We're going bigger. We've been doing the Marriott. We're going to do 2 shows. But the thing that I want to do, Donald, is there is another level of business owners who are making millions and millions of dollars that our kids have no clue who they are. Yeah. And somehow we got to get these guys and these ladies in front of our young kids. That's so right. They can see that they can make a difference in their lives by seeing what's going on.
That's right.
One of the reasons that we're doing this network, and people think it's an expo. Well, it's not an expo. The expo is one of the sponsors. But the one reason we're doing this network, our mission is to do 8,560 speakers all year long. 24 hours of speakers, of Black speakers, and to speak about different areas of business. We broke it down to 7 days. And, it's always a method to I'm gonna just say it, to the genius madness. And so what we did last year when we pivoted into doing 1 month. My mama is the chairman of the board, and she said, let's do 4 next year. So we're doing them by the quarter. And of course, I always call you. So we're doing them by the quarter. Next year, we want to do them every month. And then the following year, we want to do it every 2 weeks. And then the third year, we want to do it every day, because I believe if our kids saw us as Black people doing something other than singing, dancing, and sports, and really see that we have scientists, we have doctors, we have lawyers, we have people like yourself, running $1 million companies, we see you, then they can see themselves.
That's
because
right.
The biggest challenge that everybody has is when you wake up in the morning and look in the mirror, what do you see?
That's awesome.
What do you see, man?
That is, Dr. Kelly, I'm honored. I'm humbled. What I will say is that if you ask, I will answer the call, and I'm here to help. I have been blessed beyond my imagination, and so I can now, and I'm focused on what are my responsibilities with what I've learned. What are my responsibilities with mistakes that I've made? Mm-hmm. Right. My journey has been built upon some hard lessons, right? And so I freely share those, right? I was talking to a CEO the other day, and I said, I don't think you should do this. And the CEO was like, well, why are you so confident this is a bad idea? I said, because I did the same dumb thing 6 months ago.
Boom. That's how it happens.
Right. And for the same smart sounding reasons that you're going to do it. Right. And so we have to help each other get further faster.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Because the legacy is the challenge for the legacies we want to build for our children, our people, is that helpfulness that we find in our own circle. We so often are looking for the government or someone else or someone that's outside of our circle to do something to change our situation. And I'm all for that, right? I'm all for that. But we have to figure out what we're going to do tomorrow with the people we know today.
That's right.
That we can get to right now.
That's right. Well, one of the things I tell, I stopped doing business coaching after I retired from my advertising agency. But one of the things I always tell entrepreneurs is this. If you open up a business, look at the guy or the business that's in your marketplace that's number one. Go ahead and get his annual report. Go ahead and get his information. Study him. He's number one. Now, he's made all the mistakes that's going to be made, even though you're thinking, well, I'm going to do a great job and I'm going to run my business and I'm going to do this. No, slow down. People say, well, I want to do it my way. Well, $10 or $20 million later, you haven't made any money doing it your way when there is already a mark for you to look at. And I think that is one of the challenges that a lot of people have, because the first thing they say, well, I don't want to do it like this person. But at the end of the day, if the mold is already made, why don't you just take the mold and make the mold better and make more money than the company that you're competing against?
That's right. That's right. My friend, I've enjoyed it. If I can be helpful, you've got all my information. So the ball's in your court. If I can be helpful, you let me know.
We're definitely going to let you know. And, as we say, we're raising scholarships for kids. And if you want to send us something for the scholarship for kids, our Cash App is there. Our email, our website is there. If you want to do something where you send it out to the other guys in your network to help us, that's something that definitely will help us. But I am going to call you, and I hope that you have time to help in terms of mentorship, because you have a lot of people who won't ask the question. They'll hear people ask them, but they won't listen. And I tell people all the time, the most important thing is not talking. The most important thing is to listen, because if you listen to the signs, you can maneuver through whatever you're doing. And we want to thank you again, man. We really do. And like I said, I personally came back to thank you.
I appreciate it.
You did it before, and I didn't get a chance because we had so many things going on. And like I said, we are doing something, Donald, that nobody's done before. When Ted Turner told everybody that he was going to do a 24-hour news network, everybody said, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. When Steve Jobs looked up and said, I'm going to do the telephone, everybody said, you got the iPad, leave the telephone alone. He said, no, I'm going to do the telephone. And when Amazon decided that they was going to do Amazon, everybody said, why are you messing with the books? But he was thinking big, long term. And when I said, let's do a 24-hour Black business network, Donald, all my friends, every one of my friends told me, it ain't going to work. It's going to be too long. People ain't going to come. The speakers ain't going to come. And you know what I told them? I say, what you don't understand, all I'm dealing with is one speaker for 1 hour. You're going to see 100 speakers, but all I'm dealing with is that one speaker for 1 hour. That's why we did the magazine covers, and we made everybody a keynote speaker. And we're doing it live because that generates an audience. If we did recordings, then we would be just like YouTube. Now, like I said, long term, man, they told me it wouldn't work, but we've done 3, and we've had 100. Listen to this number, man. Our first one, we did 36,000. And we didn't know we was going to do those numbers. The only reason we knew is because the IBM network that we're on, we attached it to Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn. They did the numbers. Then we did it again in February. We did 48,000 people. We play it 24 hours, and we had 133,000 viewers to come and see our information. Now, you tell me, now I might be craziest guy in the world. But you tell me, is that not power?
That's awesome.
Now, if you add that up and say 8,650 people times 133,000 people with over 8 billion people on the planet, we can make a difference in the lives of Black people all across the world. But
Amen.
I just wanted, spread that little joy so you can see where we at,
All right, my friend. God bless you, and thank you for having me.
And have a great day.
All right, man.
Okay. And as we say, genius is common. And instead of me saying I'm going to see you on the other side, I'm going to bring up our next host by the name of Ashley. And then she's going to be, not Ashley, but Sheila Wilson. And Sheila is going to introduce our next guest, our next host, and she's going to bring up another sensational speaker. Yeah, you got Eric Kelly III from the South Side of Durham, North Carolina, saying, to you, common, and I'll see you, Sheila, on the other side.
On the other side. Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Kelly. What an awesome guest. Thank you, Donald Thompson. I was just taking all kinds of notes here. It was just awesome. And I am so excited. And we have had some awesome guests and more to come all day long. We just want to remind you while we're here, the Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for students in high school to go to college. This is a fundraiser for students. You may go to blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Our goal is to give 10 laptops and up to $5,000 to a student, and students can register online at that same website. This is just awesome. Just take the time to do it. Get your teams to get together, get your networking teams together. If you're a coach, get them together. Say, listen, we're going to do this. We're going to pour back into the young people. We're going to do this. If you're in fraternities or sororities, or if you're in other social type groups, we need to have you jump on board and become one of our sponsors, someone who will donate. We thank you for all the people who are watching or listening from all over the country as we continue. We want to also thank our sponsors. We couldn't do this without our sponsors, and most importantly, we cannot do it without you. The Black Leaders Worldwide, Panoni Properties LLC, First Atlantic, Step Management, Moody Capital Partners, National Black Mind Mastermind Group, A New Way Home of North Carolina, Sharon Campbell Solutions Group, Kingdom Legacy Partnership LLC, GAMMS United LLC, Creative Force Studios, Black Business Expo USA. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate and make sure that happens. Now I'm going to step away in just a few minutes, and because we have an awesome individual that's going to be coming up in just a few minutes. And that is none other than Ashley Patrick. I am telling you, she's going to step in and introduce our next speaker that we're going to be having. And I want you to stick around and also share this with someone on Facebook, tag them and say, listen, you got to go and see what's going on the Black Business Network right now. They have awesome guests. There's so much information. There's so many principles and nuggets and keys that you can apply even to your everyday life. So if you're an aspiring entrepreneur, or if you decided this pandemic, I had to start over again, or I want to begin again, because sometimes we have to get back in the driver's seat and start over. And that's okay. As long as you are committed to your business, your brand, as Mr. Thompson talked about, you got to have that. And I'm excited about that. And I want you to know that it is important that you donate today. Make sure you donate today. Why? Because we're going to make it easier for a student to have the tools he or she needs in order to achieve their goals and what they want to do in life. You can help. You can help. Go to blackbusinesssexpousa.com. blackbusinesssexpousa.com. We want you to be a part of it. I've been your moderator for this particular hour, this segment. My name is Sheila Council Wilson, and I am excited. So we're going to move on as we continue to get Ashley ready. We're going to show you some things that the Black Business Network is all about. We're going to run a few commercials, as they say, and then we're going to bring Miss Ashley back in so that she can do some things. And I want you to understand that genius is common, and I will see you on the other side. Bye-bye.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Hello, I'm Dr. Vowero Otomewo Oriaki, popularly known as Dr. V or Lady V. I'm a best-selling author, a confidence coach, a motivational speaker, and a next-level strategist. The genius in me is the confidence in me. Always remember, genius is common.
Hello, hello, hello. And my name is Ashley W. Patrick, and I am a certified life coach and host of Fun Wide Open on ATS TV. I have the pleasure today of introducing the amazing and the most significant ATS TV's owner and CEO of the American tech company, Antonio T. Smith Jr. So let me tell you a little bit about him. Antonio T. Smith Jr. is an American tech CEO that has headquarters on over 4 different continents. He is creating 100,000 millionaires, giving away $1.5 billion by 2025. Antonio has created the world's #1 millionaire maker platform. I'm one of them. Along with the original movies and shows created throughout the business university, powered by a disruptive company and tech company here, it's kind of shocking to know. Most people don't just understand that the business university is only a stepping stone powered by this disruptive tech company. Let's pause there. Antonio is more than just that. He's also the best-selling author and a popular podcast host, a show that reaches 70 countries, 60 different languages. Antonio is releasing his own cryptocurrency, which is due to release this fall, and has launched a major news network. There's more. Antonio has also created the first news station in the world that focuses solely on the middle class, and also helping us get into the top 1%. This has never been done before. Antonio has also created his own television show and media company that displays original content, movies, and TV shows. And there's more. You can't plant better, but you can dominate at ATS. I now present to you Antonio T. Smith Jr. as he presents the 11 immutable laws of turning social media followers into customers. Listen up. Are you guys ready to get started? Are you ready to find out how to make your customers, social media followers, into customers? It's possible. And it's possible to create value and it supplements your income to exit the middle class. So I hope you have your pens and paper ready, because this is where it is.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. Let me start off first by saying simply, if you do not have $250 million cash, you are vulnerable. I'm going to repeat that again. If you do not have $250 million cash, you are vulnerable. Let me tell you a story. I remember not being able to buy bottled water or leave the city limits. Years ago,